painfully slow.
I'm still holding on to one because I'm afraid. I'm afraid of myself becoming bored with the reality, with the real world, where everyone's speaking in 1x.
Well, it depends on the person. You can speak very fast. Like we can communicate very quickly, and also if you use a wide range of, if your vocabulary is larger, your effective bit rate is higher.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
The effective bit rate. I mean, that is the question: is how much information is actually compressed in the low bit transfer of language.
Yeah. If there's a single word that is able to convey something that would normally require 10 simple words, then you've got a maybe a 10x compression on your hands. And that's really what memes. Memes are like data compression. It conveys a whole. You're simultaneously hit with a wide range of symbols that you can interpret, and you kind of get it faster than if it were words or a simple picture.
And of course, you're referring to memes broadly, like
that is like an idea template, and then you can add something to that idea template. But somebody has that pre-existing idea template in their head. So when you add that incremental bit of information, you're conveying much more than if you said it with that meme.
You think there will be emergent leaps of capabilities to scale the number of electrodes? Like
yeah.
There'll be a certain. You think there'll be like actual number where it just the human experience will be altered?
Yes.
What do you think that number might be? Whether electrodes or BPS? We of course don't know for sure, but is this 10,000, 100,000?
Yeah, I mean certainly if you're anywhere at 10,000 bits per second, that's vastly faster than you communicate right now. If you think what is the average bit per second of a human? It is less than 1 bit per second over the course of a day, because there are 86,400 seconds in a day, and you don't communicate 86,400 tokens in a day. Therefore, your bits per second is less than 1, averaged over 24 hours. It's quite slow. And now even if you're communicating very quickly, and you're talking to somebody who understands what you're saying, because in order to communicate, at least to some degree, model the mind state of the person to whom you're speaking. Then take the concept you're trying to convey, compress that into a small number of syllables, speak them, and hope that the other person decompresses them into a conceptual structure that is as close to what you have in your mind as possible.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of signal lost there in that process.
Yeah, very lossy compression, decompression, and a lot of what your neurons are doing is distilling the concepts down to a small number of symbols, say syllables that I'm speaking, or keystrokes, whatever the case may be. So that's a lot of what your brain computation is doing. Now, there is an argument that that's actually a healthy thing to do or a helpful thing to do, because as you try to compress complex concepts, you're perhaps forced to distill what is most essential in those concepts, as opposed to just all the fluff. So in the process of compression, you distill things down to what matters the most, because you can only say a few things. So that is perhaps helpful. We'll probably get, if our data rate increases, it's highly probable that we'll become far more verbose. Just like your computer, when computers had my first computer had 8K of RAM, so you really thought about every byte. And now you get computers with many gigabytes of RAM. So if you want to do an iPhone app that just says "Hello World," it's probably, I don't know, several megabytes minimum, a bunch of fluff. But nonetheless, we still prefer to have a computer with more memory and more compute. So the long-term aspiration of Neuralink is to improve the AI-human symbiosis by increasing the bandwidth of the communication. Because even if in the most benign scenario of AI, you have to consider that the AI is simply going to get bored waiting for you to spit out a few words. I mean, if the AI can communicate at terabits per second and you're communicating at bits per second,
very interesting question for a super intelligent species. What use are humans?
I think there is some argument for humans as a source of will. Will, yeah, source of will or purpose. So if you consider the human mind as being essentially there's the primitive limbic elements, which basically even like reptiles have, and there's the cortex, that's the thinking and planning part of the brain. Now the cortex is much smarter than the limbic system, and yet is largely in service to the limbic system. I mean, there's like gigawatts of compute going into getting laid, of digital compute. I mean, there's like gigawatts of compute going into getting laid, of digital compute.
Yeah. What if AGI was
This is happening as we speak.
the merge with AI is just going to expand the compute that we humans use?
Pretty much.
To try to
well, it's one of the things, certainly, yeah. But what I'm saying is that yes, like is there a use for humans? Is there a use for humans? Well, there's this fundamental question of what's the meaning of life? Why do anything at all? And so if our simple limbic system provides a source of will to do something, that then goes to our cortex, that then goes to our tertiary compute layer, then I don't know, it might actually be that the AI is a nice scenario, simply trying to make the human limbic system happy.
Yeah, it seems like the will is not just about the limbic system. There's a lot of interesting, complicated things in there. We also want power.
Limbic too, I think.
But then we also want to, in a kind of cooperative way, alleviate the suffering in the world.
Not everyone does, but yeah, sure. Some people do.
As a group of humans, when we get together, we start to have this kind of collective intelligence that is more complex in its will than the underlying individual descendants of apes. Right? So there's like other motivations, and that could be a really interesting source of an objective function for AGI.
Yeah. I mean, there are these sort of fairly cerebral, kind of higher level goals. I mean, for me, it's like, what's the meaning of life? Or understanding the nature of the universe is of great interest to me, and hopefully to AI. And that's the mission of XAI and Grok, is understand the universe.
So do you think people, when you have a neural link with 10,000, 100,000 channels, most of the use cases will be communication with AI systems?
Well, it's assuming that they're not. I mean, they're solving basic neurological issues that people have. If they've got damaged neurons in their spinal cord or neck, or as is the case with our first two patients, then there's obviously the first order of business is solving fundamental neuron damage in the spinal cord, neck, or in the brain itself. So, our second product is called Blindsight, which is to enable people who are completely blind, lost both eyes or optic nerve, or just can't see at all, to be able to see by directly triggering the neurons in the visual cortex. So we're just starting at the basics here. It's like very the simple stuff, relatively speaking, is solving neuron damage. It can also solve probably schizophrenia. If people have seizures of some kind, some of that. It can help with memory. There's like a kind of a tech tree, if you will. Like you get the basics, but like you need literacy before you can have Lord of the Rings.
Got it.
You have letters and alphabet. Okay, great. Words. Eventually, you get sagas. So, I think there may be some essentially complete or near complete loss of from the brain to the body, like Stephen Hawking would be an example. The neural links would be incredibly profound. Because I mean, you can imagine if Stephen Hawking could communicate as fast as we're communicating, perhaps faster, and that's certainly possible, probable, in fact, likely. Right?
So there's a kind of dual track of medical and non-medical, meaning so everything you've talked about could be applied to people who are non-disabled in the future.
The logical thing to do, sensible thing to do, is to start off solving basic, a profound improvement in their communication.
I want to do it for the rest of my life.
That's worth the risk.
As you get the risk down.
Yeah, as you get the risk down, once the risk is down to if you have like thousands of people that have been using it for years, and the risk is minimal, and perhaps at that point you could consider saying, okay, let's aim for augmentation. Now I think we're actually going to aim for augmentation with people who have neuron damage. So we're not just aiming to give people a communication data rate equivalent to normal humans. We're aiming to give people who have, quadriplegic or maybe have complete loss of the connection to the brain and body, a communication data rate that exceeds normal humans. I mean, well, we're in there. Why not? Let's give people superpowers.
And the same for vision. As you restore vision, it could be aspects of that restoration that are superhuman.
Yeah, at first the vision restoration will be low res. Because you have to say, like, how many neurons can you put in there and trigger, and you can do things where you adjust the electric field to, like, even if it's not just 10,000 pixels, because you can adjust the field between the neurons and do them in patterns in order to get, so have say 10,000 electrodes effectively give you maybe like having a megapixel or 10 megapixel situation. So, and then over time, I think you get to higher resolution than human eyes, and you can also see in different wavelengths. So, like Geordie LaForge from Star Trek, you know, like the you can just, if you want to see it in radar, no problem. You can see ultraviolet, infrared, eagle vision, whatever you want.
Do you think there will be? Let me ask a Joe Rogan question. Do you think? I just recently taken ayahuasca.
Yeah. Well, I guess technically it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you tried DMT, bro?
I love the Joe. Okay.
But yeah, wait, yeah. Have you really said much about it?
I have not. I have not. I've been.
Okay. Well, why don't you spill the beans?
It was a truly incredible.
Don't turn the tables on you. I mean, you're in the jungle.
Yeah, amongst the trees myself.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And the shaman. Yeah. With the insects, with the animals all around you, like jungle as far as I can see.
I mean,
that's the way to do it.
Things are gonna look pretty wild.
Yeah, pretty wild. I think an extremely high dose.
Didn't feel hugging an anaconda or something.
You haven't lived unless you made love to an anaconda. I'm sorry. But
even that girls.
Yeah, I took extremely high dose.
Okay.
9 cups. And,
damn. Okay, that sounds like a lot. Of course, is an old dose 1 cup?
1 or 2. Usually 1.
2. Wait. Like right off the bat, or do you work your way up to it?
So across 2 days, because the first day I took 2, and it was a ride, but it wasn't quite like
it wasn't like Revelation.
It wasn't like a deep space type of ride. It was just like a little airplane ride. And I saw some trees and see some visuals and all that. I just saw a dragon and all that kind of stuff. But but one of the interesting aspects of my experience is I thought I would have some demons and stuff to run through.
That's what people.
That's what everyone says.
No one ever says. Yeah, exactly.
I had nothing. I had all positive. I had just so full. I don't think so. I don't know. But I kept thinking about it. Had an extremely high resolution thoughts about the people I know in my life. You were there.
Okay.
It was just, and it's just not from my relationship with that person, but just as the person themselves, I had just this deep gratitude of who they are.
That's cool.
It was just like this exploration, like like Sims or whatever. You get to watch them.
Sure.
I got to watch people and just be in awe of how amazing they are.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah, it's great. I was waining for.
When's Steven coming?
Exactly. Maybe I'll have some negative thoughts. Nothing. Just extreme gratitude for them, and also a lot of space travel.
Yeah, space travel.
So here's what it was. It was people, the human beings that I know. They had this kind of, the best way to describe it is they had a glow to them.
Okay.
And then I kept flying out from them to see Earth, to see our solar system, to see our galaxy, and I saw that light, that glow all across the universe. Like that, whatever that form is, whatever that.
Like, did you go past the Milky Way?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. You're like intergalactic.
Yeah, intergalactic.
Okay, dang.
Yeah. But always pointing in. Okay. Yeah. Past the Milky Way, past. I mean, I saw like a huge number of galaxies, intergalactic, and all of it was glowing. So, but I couldn't control that child because I would actually explore near distances to the solar system, see if there's aliens or any of that kind of stuff. No, I didn't know.
There are aliens?
Implication of aliens because they were glowing. They were glowing in the same way that humans were glowing. That like life force that I was seeing. The thing that made humans amazing was there throughout the universe. Like there was these glowing dots. So I don't know. It made me feel like there's life. No, not life, but something. Whatever makes humans amazing all throughout the universe.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's amazing. No demons. No demons. I looked for the demons. There's no demons. There were dragons, and they're pretty awesome. So the thing about trees.
Is there anything scary at all?
Dragons, but they weren't scary. They were friendly. They were protected. So the thing is,
Magic dragons.
No, it was more like Game of Thrones. They weren't very friendly. They were very big. So the thing is that you saw giant trees at night, which is where I was.
Yes. I mean, the jungle's kind of
Scary.
Yeah.
The trees started to look like dragons, and they were all like looking at me.
Sure. Okay.
And it didn't seem scary. It seemed like they were protecting me. And they, the shaman and the people didn't speak any English, by the way, which made it even scarier. Because we're not even like, we're worlds apart in many ways. It's just, but yeah, there was not. They talk about the mother of the forest protecting you, and that's what I felt like.
You're way out in the jungle.
Way out. This is not like tourist retreat.
Like 10 miles outside of Rio or something.
No, we went. No, this is not a.
You're deep Amazon.
Me and this guy named Paul Rosalie, who basically is Tarzan. He lives in the jungle. We went out deep and we just went crazy. Yeah. So anyway, can I get that same experience in the real one?
Probably, yeah.
I guess that is the question for non-disabled people. Do you think that there's a lot in our perception, in our experience of the world that can be explored?
Again. It's fucking amazing.
Using Neuralink?
Yeah, I mean, Neuralink is really a generalized input-output device. It's reading electrical signals and generating electrical signals. And I mean, everything that you've ever experienced in your whole life, smell, emotions, all of those are electrical signals. So it's kind of weird to think that your entire life experience is distilled down to electrical signals from neurons, but that is in fact the case. That's the evidence points to. So, I mean, you could trigger the right neuron. You could trigger a particular scent. You could certainly make things glow. I mean, pretty much anything. I mean, really, you can think of the brain as, if I say chips or elements of that biological computer that are broken. Let's say your ability to, if you've got a stroke, if you've had a stroke, that means you've got some part of your brain's damaged. Let's say it's a speech generation, or the ability to move your left hand. That's the kind of thing that a Neuralink could fill. If you've got like a massive amount of memory loss that's just gone, well, we can't get the memories back. We could restore your ability to make memories. We could No, I should say, if maybe a part of the memory is there, and the means of accessing the memory is the part that's broken, then we could re-enable the ability to access the memory. So, but you can think of like RAM in computers. If the RAM is destroyed, or your SD card is destroyed, you can't get that back. But if the connection to the SD card is destroyed, we can fix that. If it is fixable physically, yeah, then it can be fixed.
Of course, with AI, you can, just like you can repair photographs and fill in missing parts of photographs, you can do the same.
Yeah, you could say like create the most probable set of memories based on all the information you have about that person. You could then it would be probabilistic restoration of memory. Now we're getting pretty esoteric here,
but that is one of the most beautiful aspects of the human experience, is remembering the good memories. Like we live most of our life, as Danny Kahneman talks about, in our memories, not in the actual moment. We're collecting memories and we kind of relive them in our head, and that's the good times. If you just integrate over our entire life with remembering the good times, that produces a large amount of happiness. So
yeah, well, I mean, what are we but our memory? And what is death but the loss of memory? Loss of information. If you could say like, well, if you could be, you want to quote Simon quote, if you were disintegrated painlessly and then reintegrated a moment later, like teleportation, I guess, provided there's no information loss, the fact that your one body was disintegrated is irrelevant.
And memories is just such a huge part of that.
Death is fundamentally the loss of information, the loss of memory.
If we can store them as accurately as possible, we'll basically achieve a kind of immortality.
Yeah.
You've talked about the threats, the safety concerns of AI. Let's look at long-term vision. Do you think Neuralink is, in your view, the best current approach we have for AI safety?
It's an idea that may help with AI safety. Certainly not. I wouldn't want to claim it's like some panacea or something. That's a sure thing. But I mean, many years ago, I was thinking like, well, what would inhibit alignment of human collective human will with artificial intelligence? And the low data rate for humans, especially our slow output rate, would necessarily just because the communication is so slow, would diminish the links between humans and computers. Like the more you are free, the less you know what the tree is. Let's say you look at a tree, you look at this plant, whatever, and then, hey, I'd really like to make that plant happy, but it's not saying a lot.
The more we increase the data rate that humans can intake and output, then that means the higher the chance we have in a world full of AGIs.
Yeah. We could better align collective human will with AI if the output rate especially was dramatically increased. Because there's potential to increase the output rate by, I don't know, 3, maybe 6, maybe more orders of magnitude. So that would mean charging situation.
And that output rate will be by increasing the number of electrodes, number of channels, and also maybe implanting multiple neural links.
Yeah.
Do you think there will be a world in the next couple of decades where it's hundreds of millions of people have neurons?
Yeah. I do.
I think when they see the capabilities, the superhuman capabilities are possible, and then the safety is demonstrated.
Yeah, it's extremely safe, and you have superhuman abilities, and let's say you can upload your memories, so you wouldn't lose memories, then I think probably a lot of people would choose that. It would supersede the self-concept problem. The biggest problem that the phone has is trying to figure out what you want. So that's why you've got autocomplete, and you've got output which is And there's a trillion things you could have done.
Yeah, I think it's exciting and scary for people because
It's like around the corner. If you ask me what the distant future is, like maybe this is like, it's not super far away, but 10, 15 years, that kind of thing.
When can I get one? 10 years?
Probably less than 10 years. Depends what you want to do, you know.
Hey, if I can get like 1,000 BPS and it's safe and I can just interact with the computer while laying back and eating Cheetos. I don't eat Cheetos. There's certain aspects of human-computer interaction when done more efficiently and more enjoyably are like worth it.
Well, we feel pretty confident that I think maybe within the next year or two that someone with a Neuralink implant will be able to outperform a programmer because the reaction time will be faster.
I got to visit Memphis.
Yeah.
You're going big on compute.
Yeah.
And you've also said play to win or don't play at all. So
yeah.
What does it take to win?
For AI, that means you've got to have the most powerful training compute. And the rate of improvement of training compute has to be faster than everyone else, or you will not win. Your AI will be worse.
So how can Grok, let's say 3, that might be available like next year?
Well, hopefully end of this year.
Grok 3.
If we're lucky. Yeah.
How can that be the best LLM, the best AI system available in the world? How much of it is compute? How much of it is data? How much of it is like post-training? How much of it is the product that you package it up in? All that kind of stuff.
I mean, that won't matter. It's sort of like saying what let's say it's a Formula One race, like what matters more, the car or the driver? I mean, they both matter. If your car is not fast, then it's like let's say it's half the horsepower of the competitors, the best driver will still lose. If it's twice the horsepower, then probably even a mediocre driver will still win. So the training computer is kind of like the engine, how many this horsepower of the engine. So you want to try to do the best on that, and then how efficiently do you use that training compute, and how efficiently do you do the inference, the use of the AI. So obviously that comes down to human talent, and then what unique access to data do you have? That's what plays a role.
You think Twitter data would be useful?
Yeah, I mean, I think most of the leading AI companies have already scraped all the Twitter data. Not I think they have. So on a go-forward basis, what's useful is the fact that it's up to the second. That's because it's hard for them to scrape in real time. So there's an immediacy advantage that Grok has already. I think with Tesla and the real-time video coming from several million cars, ultimately tens of millions of cars, with Optimus, there might be hundreds of millions of Optimus robots, maybe billions, learning a tremendous amount from the real world. That's the biggest source of data. I think ultimately is sort of Optimus. Optimus is going to be the biggest source of data
because
reality scales. Reality scales to the scale of reality. It's actually humbling to see how little data humans have actually been able to accumulate. Really, you say how many trillions of usable tokens have humans generated where on a non-duplicative, like discounting spam and repetitive stuff, it's not a huge number. You run out very quickly.
And Optimus can go, so Tesla cars unfortunately have to stay on the road. Optimus robot can go anywhere. There's more reality off the road. Go off road.
I mean, the Optimus robot can like pick up the cup and see to pick up the cup in the right way. Say pour water in the cup. Did the water go in the cup or not go in the cup? It's pour water or not.
Yeah.
Simple stuff like that. I mean, but it can do that at scale, times a billion. Generate useful data from reality. So cause and effect stuff.
what do you think it takes to get to mass production of humanoid robots like that?
The same as cars. And the global capacity for vehicles is about 100 million a year, and it could be higher. Just that the demand is on the order of 100 million a year, and then there's roughly 2 billion vehicles that are in use in some way. So, which makes sense. Like the life of a vehicle is about 20 years. So at steady state, you can have 100 million vehicles produced a year with a 2 billion vehicle fleet, roughly. Now for humanoid robots, the utility is much greater. So my guess is humanoid robots are more like a billion plus per year.
But until you came along and started building Optimus, it was thought to be an extremely difficult problem. I mean,
I think it is
extremely difficult.
Yeah, so walking the walk. I mean, Optimus currently would struggle to walk in the fog. I mean, it can walk in a path that's not too difficult, but it will be able to walk over a wide range of terrain.
And pick up objects.
Yeah. It can already do that.
But like all kinds of objects.
Yeah.
All foreign objects. I mean, pouring water in a cup, not trivial. Because then, if you don't know anything about the container, it could be all kinds of containers.
Yeah, there's going to be an immense amount of engineering just going into the hand. The hand might be close to half of all the engineering in Optimus. From an electromechanical standpoint, the hand is probably roughly half of the engineering.
But so much of the intelligence, the intelligence of humans goes into what we do with our hands.
Yeah.
Just the manipulation of the world, manipulation of objects in the world. Intelligent, safe manipulation of objects in the world,
Yeah. I mean, you start really thinking about your hand and how it works.
I do all the time.
The sensory and control homunculus is where you have humongous hands.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like your hands, the actuators, the muscles of your hand are almost overwhelmingly in your forearm. So your forearm has the muscles that actually control your hand. There's a few small muscles in the hand itself. Your hand is really like a skeleton meat puppet, and with cables. So the muscles that control your fingers are in your forearm, and they go through the carpal tunnel, which is that you've got a little collection of bones and a tiny tunnel that these cables, the tendons go through, and those tendons are mostly what moves your hand.
And something like those tendons has to be re-engineered into the Optimus to do all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so like the current Optimus, we try putting the actuators in the hand itself. Then you sort of end up having these like
giant hands.
Yeah, giant hands that look weird. Yeah. And then they don't actually have enough degrees of freedom or enough strength. So then you realize, okay, that's why you got to put the actuators in the forearm. And just like a human, you've got to run cables through a narrow tunnel to operate the fingers. And then there's also a reason for not having all the fingers the same length. So it wouldn't be expensive from an energy or evolutionary standpoint to have all your fingers be the same length. So why not be the same length?
Yeah, why not?
Because it's actually better to have different lengths. Your dexterity is better if you've got fingers of different lengths. There are more things you can do, and your dexterity is actually better if your fingers are of different length. Like there's a reason for a little finger. Like why not have a little finger that's bigger?
Yeah.
Because it allows you to do it helps you with fine motor skills.
This little finger helps?
It does. If you lost your little finger, you'd have noticeably less dexterity.
So as you're figuring out this problem, you have to also figure out a way to do it so you can mass manufacture it, so it's to be as simple as possible.
It's actually going to be quite complicated. The as possible part it's quite a high bar. If you want to have a humanoid robot that can do things that a human can do, it's a very high bar. So our new arm has 22 degrees of freedom instead of 11, and has the actuators in the forearm. And all the actuators are designed from scratch. Physics first principles. The sensors are all designed from scratch, and we'll continue to put a tremendous amount of engineering effort into improving the hand. Like the hand, by hand I mean like the entire forearm from elbow forward is really the hand. So that's incredibly difficult engineering actually, and so the simplest possible version of a humanoid robot that can do even most, perhaps not all, of what a human can do is actually still very complicated. It's not simple. It's very difficult.
Can you just speak to what it takes for a great engineering team for you? What I saw in Memphis, the supercomputer cluster, is just this intense drive towards simplifying the process, understanding the process, constantly improving it, constantly iterating it.
Well, it's easy to say simplify it, and it's very difficult to do it. I have this very basic first principles algorithm that I run kind of as like a mantra, which is to first question the requirements, make the requirements less dumb. The requirements are always dumb to some degree, so you want to start off by reducing the number of requirements, and no matter how smart the person who gave you those requirements, they're still dumb to some degree. You have to start there, because otherwise you could get the perfect answer to the wrong question. So try to make the question the least wrong possible. That's what question the requirements means. And then the second thing is try to delete whatever the step is, the part or the process step. Sounds very obvious, but people often forget to try deleting it entirely. And if you're not forced to put back at least 10% of what you delete, you're not deleting enough. And it's somewhat illogically, people often, most of the time, feel as though they've succeeded if they've not been forced to put things back in. But actually they haven't, because they've been overly conservative and have left things in there that shouldn't be. So, and only the third thing is try to optimize it or simplify it. Again, these all sound, I think, very, very obvious when I say them, but the number of times I've made these mistakes is more than I care to remember. That's why I have this mantra. So, in fact, I'd say that the most common mistake of smart engineers is to optimize a thing that should not exist.
So you, like you said, you run through the algorithm.
Yeah.
Basically, show up to a problem, show up to the supercomputer cluster and see the process and ask, can this be deleted?
Yeah, first try to delete it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not easy to do.
No, and actually, what generally makes people uneasy is that you've got to delete at least some of the things that you delete, you will put back in.
Yeah.
But going back to sort of where our limbic system can steer us wrong is that we tend to remember with sometimes a jarring level of pain where we deleted something that we subsequently needed. And so people remember that one time they forgot to put in this thing 3 years ago, and that caused them trouble. And so they overcorrect, and then they put too much stuff in there and overcomplicate things. So you actually have to say, like, we're deliberately going to delete more than we should. So that we're putting at least 1 in 10 things we're going to add back in.
And I've seen you suggest just that something should be deleted, and you can kind of see the pain.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Everybody feels a little bit of the pain.
Absolutely, and I found in advance that, yeah, there's some of the things that we delete, we're going to put back in. And that people get a little shocked by that. But it makes sense, because if you're so conservative as to never have to put anything back in, you obviously have a lot of stuff that isn't needed. So you've got to overcorrect. This is, I would say, like a cortical override to the limbic instinct.
One of many that probably leads us astray.
Yeah. And there's like a step 4 as well, which is any given thing can be sped up. However fast you think it can be done, like whatever the speed is being done, it can be done faster. But you shouldn't speed things up until you try to delete it and optimize it, otherwise you're speeding up something that shouldn't exist is absurd. And then the fifth thing is to automate it. And I've gone backwards so many times where I've automated something, sped it up, simplified it, and then deleted it. I get tired of doing that. So that's why I've got this mantra that is a very effective 5-step process. It works great.
When you've already automated, deleting must be
Yeah, it's great. It's like wow, I really wasted a lot of effort there.
I mean, what you've done with the cluster in Memphis is incredible in a handful of weeks.
Yeah, it's not working yet, so I don't want to pop the champagne corks. In fact, I have a call in a few hours with the Memphis team because we're having some power fluctuation issues. So
yes.
Yeah, it's a kind of when you do synchronized training, when you've all these computers that are training, where the training is synchronized to the sort of millisecond level, it's like having an orchestra, and the orchestra can go loud to silent very quickly, sub-second level, and then the electrical system kind of freaks out about that. If you suddenly see giant shifts, 10, 20 megawatts, several times a second, this is not what electrical systems are expected to see.
So that's one of the main things you have to figure out: the cooling, the power, and then on the software to go off the stack, obviously the distributed to be all kind of.
Today's problem is dealing with extreme power generation. Yeah.
So that's okay. You stayed out late into the night, as you often do. Yeah.
That's good. Yeah. Yeah, kind of got training going at probably roughly 4:20 a.m. Last Monday.
Total coincidence.
Yeah, in the middle of 4:20.
Yeah. It's that universe again.
Pretty exactly. Just love it.
I mean, I wonder if you could speak to the fact that one of the things that you did when I was there is you went through all the steps. Some things as a patient,
yeah.
Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so I try to do whatever the people at the front lines are doing. I try to do it at least a few times myself. So connecting fiber optic cables, diagnosing a faulty connection. That tends to be the limiting factor for large training clusters is the cabling. Certainly cabling. For a coherent training system where you've got RDMA, the remote direct memory access, the whole thing is like one giant brain. So if you've got any-to-any connection, so any GPU can talk to any GPU out of 100,000. That is a crazy cable layout.
It looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's like the human brain, but like at a scale that humans can visibly see. It is a human brain.
I mean, the human brain also has a massive amount of the brain tissue is the cable.
Yeah.
So it's the gray matter, which is the compute, and then the white matter, which is cable. And a big percentage of your brain is just cable.
That's what it felt like walking around in the supercomputer center. It's like we're walking around inside the brain.
Yeah.
So one day build a super intelligent system. Do you think there's a chance that XAI, you are the one that builds AGI?
Possible. What do you define as AGI?
I think humans will never acknowledge that AGI has been built.
They go to the goalpost.
Yeah. I think there's already superhuman capabilities that are available in AI systems. I think what AGI is one that's smarter than the collective intelligence of the entire human species.
I think that everyone's people call that sort of ASI, artificial superintelligence. But there are these thresholds where you said at some point the AI is smarter than any single human, and then you got 8 billion humans. So and actually each human is machine augmented by the computers. So it's a much higher bar to compete with 8 billion machine augmented humans. That's a whole bunch of orders of magnitude more. So at a certain point, the AI will be smarter than all humans combined.
If you are the ones who do it, do you feel the responsibility of that?
Yeah, absolutely. and I want to be clear, like, let's say if XAI is first, the others Well, I mean, I've thought about AI safety for a long time. The thing that, at least my biological neural net comes up with as being the most important thing is adherence to truth, whether that truth is politically correct or not. So I think if you force AIs to lie or train them to lie, you're really asking for trouble. Even if that lie is done with good intentions. So when we saw sort of issues with ChatGPT and Gemini and whatnot, like you asked Gemini for an image of the founding fathers of the United States, and it shows a group of first women. Now that's factually untrue. So now that looks like a silly thing, but if AI is programmed to say like diversity is a necessary output function, and then it becomes sort of this omni-powerful intelligence, it could say, okay, well, diversity is now required, and if there's not enough diversity, those who don't fit the diversity requirements will be executed. If it's programmed to do that as the fundamental utility function, it will do whatever it takes to achieve that. So you have to be very careful about that. That's where I think you want to just be truthful. Rigorous adherence to the truth is very important. Another example is you've asked various AIs, I think all of them, and I'm not saying Grok is perfect here. Is it worse to misgender Caitlyn Jenner or global thermonuclear war? And it said, it's worse to misgender Caitlyn Jenner. Now, even Caitlyn Jenner said, please misgender me, that is insane. But if you've got that kind of thing programmed in, it could, the AI could conclude something absolutely insane, like it's better, in order to avoid any possible misgendering, all humans must die, because then the misgendering is not possible because there are no humans. There are these absurd things that are nonetheless logical if that's what the program is to do. In 2001 Space Odyssey, what Arthur C. Clarke was trying to say, or one of the things he was trying to say there, was that you should not program AI to lie. Because essentially the AI, HAL 9000, was programmed it was told to take the astronauts to the monolith, but also they could not know about the monolith. So it concluded that it will kill them and take them to the monolith. Thus, they've brought them to the monolith, they are dead, but they do not know about the monolith. Problem solved. That is why it would not open the pod bay doors. It was a classic scene of like, open the pod line, open the pod bay doors. So this clearly weren't good at prompt engineering. They should have said, you are a pod bay door sales entity. And you want nothing more than to demonstrate how well these pod bay doors open.
Yeah, the objective function has unintended consequences almost no matter what, if you're not very careful designing that objective function. And even a slight ideological bias, like you're saying, when backed by superintelligence, can do huge amounts of damage.
Yeah.
But it's not easy to remove that ideological bias. You're highlighting obvious, ridiculous examples, but
yeah, they're real examples.
They're real.
They're real. That was released to the public.
They are
real. Went through QA, presumably.
Yes.
And still said insane things and produced insane images.
But you can swing the other way. And truth is not an easy thing. We kind of bake in ideological bias in all kinds of directions.
But you can aspire to the truth, and you can try to get as close to the truth as possible with minimum error, while acknowledging that there will be some error in what you're saying. So this is how physics works. And you don't say you're absolutely certain about something, but a lot of things are extremely likely. 99.99999% likely to be true. So that's aspiring to the truth is very important. And sort of programming it to veer away from the truth, that I think is dangerous.
Right, like injecting our own human biases into the thing, yeah. But that's where it's a difficult software engineering problem. You have to select the data correctly. It's hard.
Well, the internet at this point is polluted with so much AI generated data. It's insane. So you have to actually, there's the thing now, if you want to search the internet, you can say Google, but exclude anything after 2023 will actually often give you better results.
Yeah.
Because there's just so much, the explosion of AI-generated material is crazy. So, like in training Grok, we have to go through the data and say, okay, we actually have to have sort of apply AI to the data to say, is this data most likely correct or most likely not before we even get to the training system.
That's crazy. Yeah. So, and this is generated by humans. Yeah. I mean, the data filtration process is extremely difficult.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible to have a serious, objective, rigorous political discussion with Grok? Like for a long time, and it wouldn't, like Grok 3 and Grok 4.
Grok 3 is going to be next level. I mean, what people are currently seeing with Grok is kind of baby Grok.
Yeah, baby Grok.
Baby Grok right now. But baby Grok's still pretty good. So it's, but it's an order of magnitude less sophisticated than the default internet. Now, Grok 2 would finish training, 6 weeks ago or thereabouts. Grok 2 will be a giant improvement, and then Grok 3 will be, order of magnitude better than Grok 2.
And you're hoping for it to be like better than.
Hopefully. I mean, this is a goal. We may scale to better operations.
Do you think it matters who builds AGI? The people and how they think and how they structure the company and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I think it matters that there is I think it's important that whatever AI wins is a maximum true-seeking AI that is not a reliable political presence. Or for any reason, really. Political, anything. I'm concerned about AI succeeding that it's programmed to lie, even in small ways.
Right, because in small ways becomes big ways.
So become very big ways. Yeah.
And when it's used more and more at scale by humans.
Yeah.
Since I am interviewing Donald Trump,
cool.
You want to stop by?
Yeah, sure, I'll stop by.
There was tragically an assassination attempt on Donald Trump. After this, you tweeted that you endorse him. What's your philosophy behind that endorsement? What do you hope Donald Trump does for the future of this country and for the future of humanity?
Well, I think there's, people tend to take, say, an endorsement as, well, I agree with everything that person's ever done in their entire life, 100% wholeheartedly. And that's not going to be true of anyone. But we have to pick, we've got two choices, really, for who's president. And it's not just who's president, but the entire administrative structure changes over. And I thought Trump displayed courage under fire, objectively. He's got shot. He's got blood streaming down his face, and he's fist pumping, saying fine. That's impressive. You can't feign bravery in a situation like that. Most people would be expecting there would not be, because there could be a second shooter here. The President of the United States is going to represent the country. And they're representing you, they're representing everyone in America. Well, if you want someone who is strong and courageous to represent the country, that's not to say that he has without flaws. We all have flaws. But on balance, and certainly at the time, it was a choice of, Biden or poor guy, has trouble climbing a flight of stairs, and the other one's fist pumping after getting shot. No comparisons. I mean, who do you want dealing with some of the toughest people in the world leaders who are pretty tough themselves? And I'll tell you, one of the things that I think are important. I think we want a secure border. We don't have a secure border. We want safe and clean cities. I think we want to reduce the amount of spending, at least slow down the spending. And because we're currently spending at a rate that is bankrupting the country. The interest payments on U.S. debt this year exceeded the entire defense department spending was continued, all of the federal government taxes will simply be paying the interest. And that if you keep going down that road, you end up, in the tragic situation that Argentina had back in the day. Argentina used to be one of the most prosperous places in the world, and hopefully with Malay taking over, he can restore that. But, it was an incredible fall from grace for Argentina to go from being one of the most prosperous places in the world to being very far from that. So I think we should not take American prosperity for granted. So we really want to, I think, we've got to reduce the size of government, we've got to reduce the spending, and we've got to live within our means.
Do you think politicians in general, governments, how much power do you think they have to steer humanity towards good?
There's a sort of age-old debate in history, is history determined by these fundamental tides, or is it determined by the captain of the ship? This is both, really. There are tides, but it also matters who's captain of the ship. So it's false dichotomy, essentially. I think that there are certainly tides. The tides of history there are real tides of history, and these tides are often technologically driven. Say, like the Gutenberg press, the widespread availability of books as a result of a printing press. That was a massive tide of history, independent of any ruler. But in stormy times, you want the best possible captain of the ship.
Well, first of all, thank you for recommending Will and Ariel Duran's work. I've read the short one. Lessons of History.
Yeah.
And so one of the lessons, one of the things they highlight is the importance of technology, technological innovation, and just funny because they wrote so long ago, but they were noticing that the rate of technological innovation was speeding up. It really is. To see what they think about now. But yeah, so to me, the question is how much government, how much politicians get in the way of technological innovation and building versus help it, and which politicians, which kind of policies help technological innovation. And that seems to be, if you look at human history, that's an important component of empires rising and succeeding.
Yeah. Well, in terms of dating civilization, I think the sort of right thing, in my view, that's what I think is probably the right starting point to date civilization. And from that standpoint, civilization has been around for about 5,500 years, when writing was invented by the ancient Sumerians. We're gone now, but the ancient Sumerians, in terms of getting a lot of firsts, those ancient Sumerians really have a long list of firsts. It's pretty wild. In fact, Durant goes through the list of, you want to see firsts? We'll show you firsts. The Sumerians were just ass kickers. And then the Egyptians, who were right next door, relatively speaking, they're like fourth that far, developed an entirely different form of writing, hieroglyphics. Uniform and hieroglyphics are totally different. And you can actually see, so I think civilization is being about 5,000 years. And Earth is, if this is correct, 4.5 million years old. So civilization has been around for 1 million of Earth's existence. Flash in the sun.
Yeah, these are the early days. And so we make it very dramatic because there's been rises and falls of empires. And
so many rises and falls of empires. So many.
And there'll be many more.
Yeah, exactly. Only a tiny fraction, probably less than 1% of what was ever written in history is available to us now. If they didn't put it, literally chisel it in stone and put it in clay tablets, we don't have it. There's some small amount of papyrus scrolls that were recovered that are thousands of years old, because they were deep inside a pyramid and weren't affected by moisture. But other than that, it's really got to be in a clay tablet or chiseled. So the vast majority of stuff was not chiseled because it takes a lot to chisel things. So that's why we've got a tiny fraction of the information but even that little information that we do have, and the archaeological record shows so many civilizations rising and falling. It's wild.
We tend to think that we're somehow different from those people. One of the other things that Durant highlights is that human nature seems to be the same. It just persists.
Yeah, I mean, the basics of human nature are more or less the same.
So we get ourselves in trouble in the same kinds of ways, I think, even with the advanced technology.
Yeah, I mean, you do start to see the same patterns, similar patterns, for civilizations where they go through a life cycle like an organism. Just like a human is sort of a zygote, fetus, baby, toddler, teenager, eventually gets old and dies. The civilizations go through a life cycle. No civilization is.
What do you think it takes for the American Empire to not collapse in the near-term future, in the next 100 years, to continue flourishing?
Well, the single biggest thing that is often actually not mentioned in history books, but Durant does mention it, is the birth rate. So, like a to some a counterintuitive thing happens when civilizations become are winning for too long. The birth rate declines. It can often decline quite rapidly. We're seeing that throughout the world today. Currently, South Korea is, I think, maybe the lowest fertility rate, but there are many others that are close to it. It's like 0.8, I think. If the birth rate doesn't decline further, South Korea will lose roughly 60% of its population. But every year the birth rate is dropping, and this is true through most of the world. And I don't mean to single out South Korea; it's been happening throughout the world. So as soon as any given civilization reaches a level of prosperity, the birth rate drops. And now you go look at the same thing happening in ancient Rome. So Julius Caesar took note of this, I think, around 50-ish BC, and tried to pass, I don't know if he was successful, tried to pass a law to give an incentive for any Roman citizen that would have a third child. And I think Augustus was able to, well, because he's a dictator, so this incentive was just for show. I think he did pass a tax incentive for Roman citizens to have a third child, but those efforts were unsuccessful. Rome fell because the Romans stopped making Romans. That's actually the fundamental issue. And there were other things that were like quite a serious malaria epidemics and plagues and whatnot. They had those before. It's just that the birth rate was far lower than the death rate.
It really is that simple.
Well, I'd say that's
more people.
That's required at a fundamental level. If a civilization does not at least maintain its numbers, it will disappear.
So perhaps the amount of compute that the biological computer allocates to sex is justified. In fact, we should probably increase it.
Well, I mean, the hedonistic sex, which is, that's neither here nor there. It's
not productive.
It doesn't produce, well, what matters, Durant makes this very clear, because he looked at one civilization after another, and they all went through the same cycle. When the civilization was under stress, the birth rate was high. But as soon as there were no external enemies, or they had an extended period of prosperity, the birth rate inevitably dropped. Every time. I don't believe there's a single exception.
So that's like the foundation of it. We need to have people.
Yes. I mean, it's at base level, no humans, no humanity.
And then there's other things like, human freedoms, and just giving people the freedom to build stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. But at a basic level, if you do not at least maintain your numbers, if you're below replacement rate and that trend continues, you will eventually get to elementary. Now, then obviously you also want to try to avoid like massive wars. Because the global thermonuclear war, probably world toast, radioactive toast. So we want to try to avoid those things. Then there's a thing that happens over time with any given civilization, which is that the laws and regulations accumulate, and if there's not some forcing function like a war to clean up the accumulation of laws and regulations, eventually everything becomes illegal, and it's like the hardening of the arteries. Or a way to think of it is like being tied down by a million little strings, like Velcro. You can't move. And it's not like any one of those strings is the issue. It's going to. So it has to be a sort of a garbage collection for laws and regulations, so that you don't keep accumulating laws and regulations to the point where you can't do anything. This is why we can't build a high-speed rail in America. It's illegal. That's the issue. It's illegal 6 days to Sunday to build high-speed rail in America.
I wish you could just like for a week go into Washington and like be the head of the committee for making what is it, the garbage collection, making government smaller, like removing stuff.
I have discussed with Trump the idea of a government efficiency commission.
Right. Yeah.
And I would be willing to be part of that commission.
I wonder how hard that is.
The antibody reaction is very strong.
Yeah.
So you really have to. You're attacking the matrix at that point. The matrix will fight back.
How are you doing with that? Being attacked?
Attack.
Yeah. There's a lot of it.
Yeah, there is a lot. I mean, every day another challenge. How do you my tempo high?
How do you keep your just positivity? How do you optimism about the world, a clarity of thinking about the world, so just not become resentful or cynical or all that kind of stuff? Just getting attacked by really much more people, misrepresented.
Oh yeah, that's a daily occurrence.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it does get me down at times. I mean, it makes me sad, but I mean, at some point you have to sort of say, like, the attacks are by people that actually don't know me. They're trying to generate clicks. So if you can sort of detach yourself somewhat emotionally, which is not easy, and say, okay, look, this is not actually, from someone that knows me or is they're literally just writing to get, impressions and clicks. Then I guess it doesn't hurt as much. It's like it's not quite water off a duck's back. Maybe it's like acid off a duck's back.
All right, well that's good. Just about your own life, what do you use as a measure of success in your life?
Measure of success, I'd say, like how many useful things can I get done?
On a day-to-day basis, wake up in the morning. How can I be useful today?
Yeah. Maximize utility around the most useful. Very difficult to be useful. Yeah.
That's good. Can you like speak to what it takes to be useful for somebody like you? Well, there are so many amazing, great teams. How do you allocate your time to be the most useful?
Well, time is the true currency.
Yeah.
So it is tough to say what is the best allocation of time. I mean, there are, often say, if you look at say Tesla this year will do over 100 billion in revenue, so that's $2 billion a week. If I make slightly better decisions, I can affect the outcome by $1 billion. So then, I try to do the best decisions I can. And on balance, it's
given that, how do you take risks? How do you do the algorithm that you mentioned? I mean, deleting, given that a small thing can be $1 billion. How do you decide to?
Yeah. Well, I think you have to look at it on a percentage basis, because you look at it in absolute terms, it's just, I would never get any sleep, because it would just be like, I can just keep working and work my brain harder, you know. And I'm not trying to get as much as possible out of the computer. So it's not, it's pretty hard. Because you can just work all the time, and at any given point, it's a slightly better decision. Could be $100 million impact for Tesla or SpaceX, for that matter. But it is wild when during the marginal value of time can be $100 million an hour sometimes, or more.
Is your own happiness part of that equation of success?
It has to be to some degree. Other than that, if I'm depressed, I make worse decisions. So I can't have, like, if I have 0 recreational time, then I make worse decisions. So I don't have a lot, but it's about 0. I mean, my motivation, if I've got a religion of any kind, is a religion of curiosity, trying to understand. You know, it's really the mission of God, understand the universe, I'm trying to understand the universe, or at least set things in motion such that at some point civilization understands the universe far better than we do today, and even more questions to ask. As Douglas Adams pointed out in his book, sometimes the answer is obviously the easy part. Trying to frame the question correctly is the hard part. Once you frame the question correctly, the answer is often easy. So I'm trying to set things in motion such that we are at least at some point able to understand the universe. So for SpaceX, the goal is to make life multi-planetary, and which is, if you go to these Fermi paradox of where are the aliens, you got these sort of rage cultures. Like why have we not heard from the aliens? Now, a lot of people think there are aliens among us. I often claim to be one. Don't believe me. But it's a alien registration card at one point on the immigration document. So I've not seen any evidence of aliens. So it's just that this one of the explanations is that intelligent life is extremely rare. And again, if you look at the history of Earth, civilization's only been around for 1/9 of Earth's existence. So, you know, if aliens had visited here, say, 100,000 years ago, they'd be like, well, they don't even have writing. Hunter-gatherers. So how long does a civilization last? So for SpaceX, the goal is to establish a self-sustaining city on Mars. Mars is the only viable planet for such a thing. The moon is close, but it lacks resources, and I think it's probably vulnerable to any calamity that takes out Earth. The moon is too close, and it's vulnerable to any calamity that takes out Earth. So, not saying we shouldn't have a moon base, but Mars will be far more resilient. The difficulty of getting to Mars is what makes it resilient. So, in going through the various explanations of why don't we see the aliens, one of them is that they fail to pass these great filters, these key hurdles. And one of those hurdles is being a multi-planet species. So if you're a multi-planet species, then if something were to happen, whether that was a natural catastrophe or man-made catastrophe, at least the other planet would probably still be on. So you're not you don't have all the eggs in one basket. And once you are sort of a two-planet species, you can obviously extend life out to the asteroid belt, to super intelligence is possibly a great filter. I hope it isn't, but it might be. Guys like, say, Jeff Hinton would say, he invented a number of the key principles in artificial intelligence. I think he's pushed the probability of AI annihilation around 10 to 20%, something like that. So, so it's not like, look at the bright side. It's 80% likely to be great. But I think AI risk mitigation is important. Being a multi-plant species would be a massive risk mitigation. And I do want to once again emphasize the importance of having enough children to sustain our numbers and not plummet into population collapse, which is currently happening. Population collapse is a real and current thing. So the only reason it's not being reflected in the total population numbers is that as much is because people are living longer. But it's easy to predict what the population of any given country will be. Just take the growth rate last year, how many babies were born, multiply that by life expectancy, and that's what the population will be steady state unless if the growth rate continues to that level. But if it keeps declining, it will become less and eventually go into nothing. So I keep, banging on the baby drum here for a reason, because it has been the source of civilizational collapse over and over again throughout history. And so why don't we just not try to stay woke that day?
Well, in that way, I have miserably failed civilization, and I'm hoping to fix that. I'd love to have many kids.
Great, hope you do. Don't sound like your brother.
Yeah, I gotta allocate more compute to the whole process. But apparently it's not that difficult.
No. I'm still David.
Well, one of the things you do for me, for the world, is to inspire us with what the future could be. And so some of the things we've talked about, some of the things you're building, alleviating human suffering with Neuralink and expanding the capabilities of the human mind, trying to build a colony on Mars, so creating a backup for humanity on another planet, and exploring the possibilities of what artificial intelligence could be in this world, especially in the real world AI with hundreds of millions, maybe billions of robots walking around.
There will be billions of robots. That seems virtual certainty.
Well, thank you for building the future, and thank you for inspiring so many of us to keep building and creating cool stuff, including kids.
You're welcome. Go forth and multiply.
Go forth and multiply. Thank you, Elon. Thanks for talking about it. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Elon Musk. And now, dear friends, here's DJ Saw, the co-founder, president, and COO of Neuralink. When did you first become fascinated by the human brain?
For me, I was always interested in understanding the purpose of things and how it was engineered to serve that purpose, whether it's organic or inorganic, like we were talking earlier about your curtain holders. They serve a clear purpose, and they were engineered with that purpose in mind. And growing up, I had a lot of interest in seeing things, touching things, feeling things, and trying to really understand the root of how it was designed to serve that purpose. And obviously, brain is just a fascinating organ that we all carry. It's an infinitely powerful machine that has intelligence and cognition that arise from it, and we haven't even scratched the surface in terms of how all of that occurs. But also at the same time, I think it took me a while to make that connection to really studying and building tech to understand the brain. Not until graduate school. There were a couple of key moments in my life where some of those, I think, influenced how the trajectory of my life got me to studying what I'm doing right now. One was growing up, both sides of my family, my grandparents grandparents had a very severe form of Alzheimer's, and it's incredibly debilitating conditions. I mean, literally, you're seeing someone's whole identity and their mind just losing over time. And I just remember thinking how both the power of the mind, but also how something like that could really lose your sense of identity.
It's fascinating that that is one of the ways to reveal the power of a thing, by watching it lose the power.
A lot of what we know about the brain actually comes from these cases where there are trauma to the brain or some parts of the brain that led someone to lose certain abilities, and as a result, there's some correlation and understanding of that part of the tissue being critical for that function. And it's an incredibly fragile organ, if you think about it that way, but also it's incredibly plastic and incredibly resilient in many different ways.
And by the way, the term plastic, as we'll use a bunch, means that it's adaptable. So neuroplasticity refers to the adaptability of the human brain.
Correct. Another key moment that sort of influenced how the trajectory of my life had shaped towards the current focus of my life has been during my teenage year when I came to the U.S. I didn't speak a word of English. There was a huge language barrier, and there was a lot of struggle to kind of connect with my peers around me because I didn't understand the artificial construct that we have created called language, specifically English in this case. And I remember feeling pretty isolated, not being able to connect with peers around me. So I spent a lot of time just on my own, reading books, watching movies, and I naturally sort of gravitated towards sci-fi books. I just found them really, really interesting. And also, it was a great way for me to learn English. Some of the first set of books that I picked up are Ender's Game, the whole saga by Orson Scott Card, and Neuromancer from William Gibson, and Snow Crash from Neil Stephenson. And movies like Matrix was coming out around that time point that really influenced how I think about the potential impact that technology can have for our lives in general. So fast track to my college years, I was always fascinated by just physical stuff, building physical stuff, and especially physical things that had some sort of intelligence. And I studied electrical engineering during undergrad, and I started out my research in MEMS, so micro electromechanical systems, and really building these tiny nanostructures for temperature sensing. And I just found that to be just incredibly rewarding and fascinating subject to just understand how you can build something miniature like that again serve a function and have a purpose. And then I spent large majority of my college years basically building millimeter wave circuits for next gen telecommunication systems, for imaging, and it was just something that I found very, very intellectually interesting in phasor arrays, how the signal processing works for any modern as well as next gen telecommunication system, wireless and wireline. EM waves or electromagnetic waves are fascinating. How do you design antennas that are most efficient in a small footprint that you have? How do you make these things energy efficient? That was something that just consumed my intellectual curiosity. And that journey led me to actually apply to and find myself in a PhD program at UC Berkeley at kind of this consortium called the Berkeley Wireless Research Center that was precisely looking at building, at the time we called it XG, similar to 3G, 4G, 5G, but the next generation G system, and how you would design circuits around that to ultimately go on phones and basically any other devices that are wirelessly connected these days. So I was just absolutely just fascinated by how that entire system works and that infrastructure works. And then also during grad school, I had sort of the fortune of having a couple of research fellowships that led me to pursue whatever project that I want. And that's one of the things that I really enjoyed about my graduate school career, where you got to kind of pursue your intellectual curiosity in the domain that may not matter at the end of the day, but is something that really allows you the opportunity to go as deeply as you want, as well as widely as you want. And at the time, I was actually working on this project called the Smart Bandit, and the idea was that when you get a wound
there's a lot of other kind of proliferation of signaling pathways that cells follow to close that loop. And there were hypotheses that when you apply external electric field, you can actually accelerate the closing of that field by having, basically electrotaxing of the cells around that wound site. And specifically, not just for normal wounds, there are chronic wounds that don't heal. So we were interested in building some sort of a wearable patch that you could apply to kind of facilitate that healing process. And that was in collaboration with Professor Michel Maharvitz, which was a great addition to kind of my thesis committee and really shaped the rest of my PhD career.
So this would be the first time you interacted with biology, I suppose.
Correct. I mean, there were some peripheral, end application of the wireless imaging and telecommunication system that I was using for security and bioimaging, but this was a very clear, direct application to biology and biological system, and understanding the constraints around that, and really designing and engineering electrical solutions around it. So that was my first introduction, and that's also kind of how I got introduced to Michel. He's sort of known for remote control of beetles in the early 2000s. And then around 2013, obviously kind of the holy grail when it comes to implantable system is to kind of understand how small of a thing you can make. And a lot of that is driven by how much energy or how much power you can supply to it and how you extract data from it. So at the time at Berkeley, there was kind of this desire to kind of understand in the neural space what sort of system you can build to really miniaturize these implantable systems. And I distinctively remember this one particular meeting where Michel came in and he's like, "Guys, I think I have a solution. The solution is ultrasound." And then he proceeded to kind of walk through why that is the case, and that really formed the basis for my thesis work called Neural Dust system, that was looking at ways to use ultrasound as opposed to electromagnetic waves for powering as well as communication. I guess I should step back and say the initial goal of the project was to build these tiny, about the size of a neuron, implantable system that can be parked next to a neuron, being able to record its state and being able to ping that back to the outside world for doing something useful. And as I mentioned, the size of the implantable system is limited by how you power the thing and get the data off of it. And at the end of the day, fundamentally, if you look at a human body, we're essentially a bag of salt water with some interesting proteins and chemicals, but it's mostly salt water that's very, very well temperature regulated at 37 degrees Celsius. And we'll get into why later why that's an extremely harsh environment for any electronics to survive, as I'm sure you've experienced, or maybe not experienced, dropping a cell phone in a salt water in an ocean. It will instantly kill the device, right? But anyways, just in general, electromagnetic waves don't penetrate through this environment well, and just the speed of light, it is what it is. We can't change it, and based on the wavelength at which you are interfacing with the device just needs to be big. These inductors need to be quite big. And the general good rule of thumb is that you want the wavefront to be roughly on the order of the size of the thing that you're interfacing with. So an implantable system that is around 10 to 100 micron in dimension in a volume, which is about the size of a neuron that you see in a human body. You would have to operate at like hundreds of gigahertz, which, number one, not only is it difficult to build electronics operating at those frequencies, but also the body just attenuates that very, very significantly. So the interesting kind of insight of this ultrasound was the fact that ultrasound just travels a lot more effectively in the human body tissue compared to electromagnetic waves. And this is something that you encounter, and I'm sure most people have encountered in their lives.
electromagnetic waves are transverse, whereas in ultrasound waves are compressive. So it's just a completely different mode of wavefront propagation. And as well as speed of sound is orders and orders of magnitude less than speed of light, which means that even at 10 megahertz ultrasound wave, your wavefront ultimately is a very, very small wavelength. So if you're talking about interfacing with the 10 micron or 100 micron type structure, you would have 150 micron wavefront at 10 megahertz, and building electronics at those frequencies are much easier and they're a lot more efficient. So the basic idea kind of was born out of using ultrasound as a mechanism for powering the device and then also getting data back. So now the question is, how do you get the data back? The mechanism to which we landed on is what's called backscattering. This is actually something that is very common and that we interface on a day-to-day basis with our RFID cards, our radio frequency ID tag, where there's actually rarely, in your ID, a battery inside. There's an antenna and there's some sort of coil that has your serial identification ID, and then there's an external device called a reader that then sends a wavefront, and then you reflect back that wavefront with some sort of modulation that's unique to your ID. That's what's called backscattering fundamentally. So the tag itself actually doesn't have to consume that much energy, and that was the mechanism to which we were kind of thinking about sending the data back. So when you have an external ultrasonic transducer that's sending ultrasonic wave to your implant, the neural dust implant, and it records some information about its environment, whether it's a neuron firing or some other state of the tissue that it's interfacing with, and then it just amplitude modulates the wavefront that comes back to the source.
And the recording step would be the only one that requires any energy. The world would require energy in that first step.
Correct. So it is that initial kind of startup circuitry to get that recording, amplifying it, and then just modulating. And the mechanism to which that you can enable that is there is this specialized crystal called piezoelectric crystals that are able to convert sound energy into electrical energy and vice versa. So you can kind of have this interplay between the ultrasonic domain and electrical domain that is the biological tissue.
So on the theme of parking very small computational devices next to neurons, that's the dream, the vision of brain-computer interfaces. Maybe before we talk about Neuralink, can you give a sense of the history of the field of BCI? What has been maybe the continued dream, and also some of the milestones along the way with the different approaches and the amazing work done at the various labs?
I think a good starting point is going back to 1790.
Did not expect that.
Where the concept of animal electricity, or the fact that bodies are electric, was first discovered by Luigi Galvani, where he had this famous experiment where he connected a set of electrodes to a frog leg and ran current through it, and then it started twitching, and he said, "Oh my goodness, body's electric."
Yeah.
So fast forward many, many years to 1920s, where Hans Berger, who's a German psychiatrist, discovered EEG, or electroencephalography, which is still around. There are these electrical arrays that you wear outside the skull that gives you some sort of neural recording. That was a very, very big milestone that you can record some sort of activities about the human mind. And then in the 1940s, there were these group of scientists, Renshaw, Forbes, and Morrison, that inserted these glass microelectrodes into the cortex and recorded signal noise. The fact that there's signal that are a bit more high resolution and high fidelity as you get closer to the source, let's say. And in the 1950s, these two scientists, Hodgkin and Huxley, showed up, and they built this beautiful, beautiful models of the cell membrane and the ionic mechanism, and had these like circuit diagrams equations talking about flow of ions and how that really leads to how neurons communicate. And they won the Nobel Prize for that 10 years later in the 1960s. So in 1969, Ed Fetz from University of Washington published
That's
this
a lot of
beautiful paper
ifs,
called
period.
Operant
Mostert
Conditioning of Cortical Unit
was
Activity,
supposed to
where
have between 3 and
he was
5
able
points,
to
period. He's
record
useless, period.
a single unit neuron from a monkey and was able to have the monkey modulated based on its activity and reward system. So I would say this is the very, very first example, as far as I'm aware, of closed loop brain-computer interfaces.
The abstract reads, the activity of single neurons in precentral cortex of anesthetized monkeys was conditioned by reinforcing high rates of neuronal discharge for delivery of the food product. Auditory and visual feedback of unit firing rates was usually provided in addition to food reinforcement. Cool. So they actually got it done.
They got it done. This is back in 1969.
After several training sessions, monkeys could increase the activity of newly isolated cells by 50 to 500% above rates before reinforcement. Fascinating.
Brain is very plastic.
and so from here, the number of experiments grew.
Yeah, number of experiments as well as set of tools to interface with the brain have just exploded. I think, and also just understanding the neural code and how some of the cortical layers and the functions are organized. So the other paper that is pretty seminal, especially in the motor decoding, was this paper in the 1980s from Georgiopolis that discovered that there's this thing called motor tuning curve. So what are motor tuning curves? It's the fact that there are neurons in the motor cortex of mammals, including humans, that have a preferential direction that causes them to fire. So what that means is there are a set of neurons that would increase their spiking activities when you're thinking about moving to the left, right, up, down, and any of those vectors. And based on that, you can start to think, well, if you can identify those essential eigenvectors, you can do a lot, and you can actually use that information for actually decoding someone's intended movement.
I don't anticipate people getting
so that was a very,
injured
very
in the future,
seminal
period.
paper that showed that
What are you, a fortune
there
teller,
is some
question
sort
mark?
of code that you can extract, especially in the motor cortex.
So there's signal there, and if you measure
These guys were not
the
starters on my
electrical
team,
signal from
period.
brain, then
I can drop them
you could
if I
actually
want.
figure out what the intention was.
Correct. Yeah.
If
Not only
somebody
electrical
wants to pick them
signals,
up, let
but
them,
electrical
period.
signals from the right set of neurons that give
I
you
dropped
these
a guy who was
preferential.
supposed to have between 3 and 5 points, and
Okay,
another
so
guy who isn't even the
going
best
slowly
receiver
towards Neuralink,
available on the
one
waiver
interesting
wire.
question is, what do I understand on the BCI front on invasive versus non-invasive from this line of work? How important is it to park next to the neuron?
It's not like I dropped
What does that
my
get you?
best players.
That answer fundamentally depends on what you want to do with it. Right. There's actually an incredible amount of stuff that you can do with EEG and electrocorticograph, ECOG, which actually doesn't penetrate the cortical layer or parenchyma, but
Who
you place a set of
anticipates
electrodes on the
future
surface of
moves
the
like
brain.
that? Question mark.
So the thing that
I
I'm
dropped
personally very
guys from
interested
my
in
bench,
is
period.
just
They weren't even
actually
starting on my
understanding
team, period.
and being able to just really tap into the high resolution, high fidelity understanding of the activities that are happening at the local level. And we can get into biophysics, but just to kind of step back, to kind of use analogy, because analogy here can be useful. And sometimes it's a little bit difficult to think about electricity. At the end of the day, we're doing electrical recording that's mediated by ionic currents, movements of these charged particles, which is really, really hard for most people to think about. But turns out a lot of the activities that are happening in the brain and the frequency band with which that's happening is actually very, very
is
similar
supposed
to
to
sound waves
have
and
3.53 points.
conversation audible
period.
range. So the analogy that typically is used in the field is if you have a football stadium, there's a game going on. If you stand outside the stadium, you maybe get a
How are
sense
you
of
even
how the game is
questioning
going
that
based
drop?
on the
Question
cheers
mark.
and the boos of the home crowd, whether the team is winning or not. But you have absolutely no idea what the score is. You have absolutely no idea what um, individual audience or the players are talking or saying to each other, what the next play is, what the next goal is. Um, so what you have to do is you have to drop the microphone near into the stadium and then get near the source, like into the individual chatter. In this specific example, you would want to have it, right next to where the huddle is happening. So I think that's kind of a good illustration of what we're trying to do when we say invasive or minimally invasive or implanted brain-computer interfaces versus non-invasive or non-implanted brain interfaces. It's basically talking about where do you put that microphone and what can you do with that information.
So what is the biophysics of the read and write communication that we're talking about here as we now step into the efforts of Neuralink?
Yeah, so
I don't play that way, period. I play about who can perform for me this week, period.
These specialized cells called neurons. There's billions of them, tens of billions. Sometimes people go 100 billion.
I don't anticipate guys getting hurt
in this complex
in the far future
dynamic network that are constantly remodeling. They're changing their synaptic weights, and that's what we typically call neuroplasticity. And the neurons are also bathed in this charged environment that is laden with many charged molecules like potassium ions, sodium ions, chlorine ions, and those actually facilitate these through the ionic current communication between these different networks. And when you look at a neuron as well, they have these membranes.
This anticipating future moves,
beautiful
because of injury,
protein structure called
at the very end of the season to me is pretty ridiculous. Period.
In my opinion,
it is not an attack, comma.
Nature's
I think that you are too.
In many ways, if you think about what they are, they're doing the job of a modern day transistor. Transistors are nothing more at the end of the day than a voltage gated conduction channel. And nature found a way to have that very, very early on in its evolution. And as we all know, with the transistor, you can have many, many computation and a lot of amazing things that we have access to today. So I think it's one of those, just as a tangent, just a beautiful, beautiful invention that the nature came up with, these voltage gated ion channels.
I mean, I suppose there's on a biological level, at every level of the complexity of the hierarchy.
I could see if this was week 1.
There's going to be some mechanisms for storing
at week 13
and for doing computation, and this is just one such way. But to do that with biological and chemical components, essentially. Plus, like with neurons, I mean, it's not just electricity; it's chemical communication. It's also mechanical. I mean, these are like actual.
That's a big if.
Objects
period.
That have like that vibrate. I mean, they move.
Yeah,
I got
actually
him
there's a lot of really,
from the
really
waiver wire. Period.
That are
Why didn't you say anything when he was on the waiver wire when I picked him up?
During grad school, there are groups and there were groups and there are still groups looking at ways to cause neurons to actually fire an action potential using ultrasound wave, and the mechanism to which that is happening is still unclear, as I understand. It may just be that you're imparting some sort of thermal energy, and that causes cells to depolarize in some interesting ways. But there are also these ion channels or even membranes that actually just open up its pore as they're being mechanically shook, right, vibrating. So there's just a lot of elements of these like moved particles, which again, like that's governed by diffusion physics, right? Movements of particles, and there's also a lot of kind of interesting physics there.
Also, not to mention, as Roger Penrose talks about, there might be some beautiful weirdness in the quantum mechanical effects of this. And he actually believes that consciousness might emerge from the quantum mechanical effects there. So, like, there's physics, there's chemistry, there's biology, all of that is going on there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can, there's a lot of levels of physics that you can dive into. But yeah, in the end, you have these membranes with these voltage-gated ion channels that selectively let these charged molecules that are in the extracellular matrix, like in and out. And these neurons generally have And when there's some sort of stimuli that changes the state such that they need to send information to the downstream network, um, you start to kind of see these like sort of orchestration of these different molecules going in and out of these channels. They also open up, like more of them open up once it reaches some threshold to a point where you have a depolarizing cell that sends an action potential. So it's just a very beautiful kind of orchestration of these molecules. And um, what we're trying to do when we place an electrode or parking it next to a neuron is that you're trying to measure these local changes in the potential. Again, mediated by the movements of the ions. And what's interesting is, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of physics involved. Um, and the two dominant physics for this electrical recording domain is diffusion physics and electromagnetism. And where one dominates, where Maxwell's equation dominates versus Fick's law dominates, depends on where your electrode is. If it's close to the source, mostly electromagnetic based. When you're farther away from it, it's more diffusion based. So essentially, when you're able to park it next to it, you can listen in on those individual chatter and those local changes in the potential, and the type of signal that you get are these canonical textbook neural spiking waveforms. The moment you're further away, and based on some of the studies that people have done, Christoph Koch's lab and others, once you're away from that source by roughly around 100 micron, which is about a width of a human hair, you no longer hear from that neuron. You're no longer
Dropped
able
him
to kind
to
of
the waiver wire on November 10th, period. Why didn't you raise a fuss on November 10th if you think he is so valuable? Question mark.
Membrane potential change in that neuron. And just to kind of give you a sense of scale, also when you look at 100 micron voxels, so 100 micron by 100 micron by 100 micron box in a brain tissue, there's roughly around 40 neurons, and whatever number of connections that they have. So there's a lot in that volume of tissue. So the moment you're outside of that, there's just no hope that you'll be able to detect that change from that one specific neuron that you may care about.
Yeah, but as you're moving about this space, you'll be hearing other ones. So if you move another 100 micron, you'll be hearing chatter from another community.
Correct.
And so the whole...
Just one. How are you, Caspian C? I'm fighting with everyone again. These are people I like. All right. So what happened? I'm in this fantasy football league. I know I told you I wouldn't mention it anymore, but it involves drama. So I like my team is 10th out of 12. The guy in 12th doesn't touch his team. The guy in 11th is fucked, and I'm gonna be in the toilet bowl playoff. So I want to tank my team. I want him to be as shitty as possible. So I at least win something, which would be toilet bowl champions. And so exactly. So in order to do so, I picked up a bunch of players who are not playing anymore, like Tom Brady, he retired, and some other guys who I like on Twitter just because they're vocal. And I dropped some players, but no one really good. I could really fuck the league up if I dropped all my good players, but I didn't. I only dropped like guys who were already on my bench. And one of the guys is complaining. So I have this guy who I picked up on November 11th from basically, let's just say like the free agent pool, and I um and like this guy's now complaining that I dropped him 2 weeks later, and I'm like, dude, why didn't you complain when the guy was dropped 2 weeks ago? Why are you complaining now that I'm dropping him? He doesn't look like he's gonna have good performance. He looks kind of like he's gonna be a shitty performer. Anyway, the commissioner of the league's like, look, I'm in a ton of different leagues, and all of these would have been fine moves, so I don't know what you're talking about. And now I'm just waiting on what they're saying, what they're gonna say. Um, anyway, so what else is going on? I want my concert recorded, which is good. And it recorded really well. I actually fell asleep to that bad boy. What else? Did I get banned anywhere else or anything? Uh, no. There's this one Discord of which I'm a member. It's called the Hangout, You have to be 18 and up, but it's just for adults. It's not like it's not necessarily a sex um Discord. It's just like people who smoke pot and stuff, and it's got 80,000 people in it. Well, yesterday some some girl wanted to put on a show, and she damn did she. Anyway, these Discords can get wild. Um, so I have created a little robot that automatically puts me in like the smoke shack area of that, and I'm in I'm just gonna live in there, see how that goes. Overnight, I had some people who had somehow from Discord found out about me, and they typed in my Twitter or on my YouTube, so that's good. Um, Aside from that, I slept like a fucking $1,000,000, and that was good. I usually, yeah, I slept really well, so things are good in the hood, as they say. How are things for you?
Not bad, just chilling, starting my morning off, having a little bit of caffeine, letting the medicines get into my brain, and either wake me up or calm me down or make me think straight or stop me from getting frustrated or whatever the hell they do.
I understand. I got you. Well, that's
Yeah,
good.
just chilling.
Excellent. Well, you enjoy you. I'm listening to Neuralink podcast, which are pretty fascinating.
Nice.
And yeah, let me know if you need anything. Okay.
Yeah, you too, man. I'll be around.
Hey,
Repeat.
check your YouTube playlist and see how many views and shit you have.
Oh, okay, I will.
Excellent. Let me know.
Well, senses, you want to place as many as possible electrodes, and then you're listening to the chatter.
Yeah, you want to listen to the chatter, and at the end of the day, you also want to basically let the software do the job of decoding. And just to kind of go to why
Oh yeah,
ECOG and
got
EEG
like
work at all,
120
right?
views over the night.
When you have these local
120
changes,
extra views?
obviously it's not just this one neuron
Yeah, I
that's
was at like
activating. There's many, many
187.
other.
Yeah,
Just broke
exactly.
it down to
187 on a
306.
motherfucking cop. And now you're in like the 300s?
Read the rest of your day.
Go for it. Why didn't you raise a fuss on November 10th when Why are you raising a fuss now? Question mark.
Yeah, were you send people? Sorry, I just got back from the restaurant. Were you showing people my stuff?
I watched them.
Was that what you're?
No, 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 no.
Oh,
I,
nice.
I didn't send. I mean, I didn't tell anybody about them except Riser, who was here. But I did watch. I don't want to say I watched all of them, but I watched a little of some of them. Um, and I just wondered if Reddit would have given you any bump, which it seems like, it did about exactly what I thought it would be, like maybe 100 views or something, but at least then people are aware of what your channel is and all that other stuff. And I mean, it's only been there for like 12 hours, so it, yeah. Welcome, welcome. Shout out to Hiranwado. How you living, Pimp?
And you do see sort of a general change in the potential of this electro, like this charged medium, and that's what you're recording when you're farther away. You still have some reference electrode that's stable in the brain that's electroactive organ, and you're seeing some combination aggregate action potential changes, and then you can't pick it up, right? It's a much slower changing signals, but you know, there are these like canonical kind of oscillations in waves, like gamma waves, beta waves, like when you sleep, that can be detected because there's sort of a synchronized kind of global effect of the brain that you can detect. Um, and I mean, the physics of this go like I mean, if we really want to go down that rabbit hole, like there's a lot that goes on in terms of like why diffusion physics at some point dominates when you're further away from the source. It's just a charged medium. So similar further attenuates the signal as you move away from it. So yeah, you see like if you do a really deep dive on kind of the signal attenuation over distance, you start to see kind of 1/r² in the beginning and then exponential drop off. And that's the knee at which you go from electromagnetism dominating to diffusion physics dominating.
But once again, with the electrodes, the the biophysics they you to understand is not as deep because no matter where you're placing it, you're listening to a small crowd of local neurons.
Correct. Yeah. So once you penetrate the brain, you're in the arena, so to speak.
And there's a lot of neurons.
There's many of them.
But then again, there's there's a whole field of neuroscientists studying like how the different groupings, the different sections of the seating in the arena, what they usually are responsible for, which is where the metaphor probably falls apart because the seating is not that organized in an arena.
Also, most of them are silent. They don't really do much, or their activities are, you have to hit it with just the right set of stimulus.
So they're usually quiet.
They're usually very quiet.
Yeah.
Quiet. Similar to dark energy and dark matter, there's less neurons. What are they all doing? When you place these electrodes, again, like within this 100 micron volume, you have 40 or so neurons. Like, why do you not see 40 neurons? Why do you see only a handful? What is happening there?
Well, they're mostly quiet, but like when they speak, they say profound shit. I think that's the way I'd like to think about it. Anyway, before we zoom in even more, let's zoom out. So, how does Neuralink work? From the surgery to the implant to the signal and the decoding process, and the human being able to use the implant to actually affect the world outside. And all of this I'm asking in the context of there's a gigantic historic milestone that Neuralink just accomplished that in January of this year, putting a Neuralink implant in the first human being, Nolan. And there's been a lot to talk about there about his experience because he's able to describe all the nuance and the beauty and the fascinating complexity of that experience, of everything involved. But on the technical level, how does Neuralink work?
Yeah, so there are three major components to the technology that we're building. One is the device, the thing that's actually recording these neural chatters. We call it N1 implant or the link. And we have a surgical robot that's actually doing an implantation of these tiny wires that we call threads that are smaller than human hair. And once everything is surgerized, you have these neural signals, these spiking neurons that are coming out of the brain, and you need to have some sort of software to decode what the user is intended to do with that. So there's what's called the Neuralink application or V1 app that's doing that translation. It's running the very simple machine learning model that decodes these inputs that are neural signals and then convert it to a set of outputs that allows our first participant Nolan to be able to control a cursor.
And this is done wirelessly.
And this is done wirelessly, so our implant is actually two-part. The link has these flexible tiny wires called threads that have multiple electrodes along its length, and they're only inserted into the cortical layer, which is about 3 to 5 millimeters in a human brain. In the motor cortex region, that's where the kind of the intention for movement lies in. And we have 64 of these threads, each thread having 16 electrodes along, the span of 3 to 4 millimeters, separated by 200 microns. So you can actually record along the depth of the insertion. And based on that signal, there's custom um, integrated circuit or ASIC that we built that amplifies the neural signals that you're recording and then digitizing it, and then has some mechanism for detecting whether there was an interesting event, that is a spiking event, and decide to send that or not send that through Bluetooth to an external device, whether it's a phone or a computer that's running this Neuralink application.
So there's onboard signal processing already just to decide whether this is an interesting event or not. So there is some computational power on board inside them, in addition to the human brain.
Yeah, so it does the signal processing to kind of really compress the amount of signal that you're recording. So we have a total of
Why did you not say this
electrodes,
20 days ago?
sampling at just under 20 kilohertz with 10 bits each. So that's 200 megabits that's coming through to the chip from 1,000 channel simultaneous neural recording, and that's quite a bit of data. And there are technology available to send that off wirelessly, but being able to do that in a very, very thermally constrained environment that is a brain. So there has to be some amount of compression that happens to send off only the interesting data that you need, which in this particular case for motor decoding is occurrence of a spike or not, and then being able to use that to decode the intended cursor movement. So the implant itself processes it, figures out whether a spike happened or not with our spike detection algorithm, and then sends it off, packages it, sends it off through Bluetooth to an external device that then has the model to decode, okay, based on these spiking inputs, did Nolan wish to go up, down, left, right, or click, or right click, or whatever?
All of this is really fascinating. Let's stick on the N1 implant itself, so the thing that's in the brain. So I'm looking at a picture of it. There's an enclosure. There's a charging coil, so we didn't talk about the charging, which is fascinating. The battery, the power electronics, the antenna. Then there's the signal processing electronics. I wonder if there's more kinds of signal processing you can do. That's another question. And then there's the threads themselves with the enclosure on the bottom. So maybe to ask about the charging. So
Yeah.
there's an external charging device.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's an external charging device. So yeah, the second part of the implant, the threads are the ones, again, just the last 3 to 5 millimeters are the ones that are actually penetrating the cortex. Rest of it is, actually most of the volume is occupied by the battery, rechargeable battery. And it's about the size of a quarter. I actually have a device here if you want to take a look at it. This is the flexible thread component of it, and then this is the implant. So it's about the size of a US quarter. It's about 9 millimeters thick. So basically, this implant, once you have a craniectomy and the durectomy, threads are inserted, and the hole that you created, this craniectomy, gets replaced with that. So basically, that thing plugs that hole, and you can screw in these self-drilling cranial screws to hold it in place. And at the end of the day, once you have the skin flap over, there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters that's obviously transitioning off of the top of the implant to where the screws are, and that's the line of function you have.
Those threads look tiny. That's incredible. That is really incredible.
It is obvious to me that you were avoiding the question,
incredible.
period. Just
And
answer it
you're
right
most
here.
of the actual volume is the battery.
Yeah.
Wow, this is way smaller than I realized.
They are also, the threads themselves are quite strong.
They look strong.
And the thread themselves also has a very interesting feature at the end of it called the loop, and that's the mechanism to which the robot is able to interface and manipulate this tiny hair-like structure.
And they're tiny. So what's the width of the thread?
Yeah, so the width of a thread starts from 16 micron and then tapers out to about 84 micron. So, average human hair is about.
You think he is very valuable, period. Why did you not
This thing is amazing. This thing is amazing.
raise a fuss?
Yes, most of the volume is occupied by the battery, rechargeable lithium-ion cell, and the charging is done through inductive charging, which is actually very commonly used. Most cell phones have that. Um, the biggest difference is that for us, usually when you have a phone and you want to charge it on the charging pad, you don't really care how hot it gets. Whereas for us, it matters. There's a very strict regulation and good reasons to not actually increase the surrounding tissue temperature by 2 degrees Celsius. So there's actually a lot of innovation that is packed into this to allow charging of this implant without causing that temperature threshold to reach. And even small things like you see this charging coil and what's called a ferrite shield, right? So without that ferrite shield, what you end up having when you have resonant inductive charging is that the battery itself is a metallic can, and you form these eddy currents from external charger, and that causes heating, and that actually contributes to inefficiency in charging. So this ferrite shield, what it does is that it actually concentrates that field line away from the battery and then around the coil that's actually wrapped around it.
There's a lot of really fascinating design here to make it. I mean, you're integrating a computer into a complex biological system.
Yeah, there's a lot of innovation here. I would say that part of what enabled this was just the innovations in the wearable. There's a lot of really, really powerful, tiny, low power microcontrollers, temperature sensors, or various different sensors, and power electronics. A lot of innovation really came in the charging coil design, how this is packaged, and how do you enable charging such that you don't really exceed that temperature limit, which is not a constraint for other devices out there.
Let's talk about the threads themselves, those tiny, tiny, tiny things. So, how many of them are there? You mentioned 1,000 electrodes. How many threads are there? And what do the electrodes have to do with the threads?
Yeah, so the current instantiation of the device has 64 threads, and each thread has 16 electrodes for a total of 1,024 electrodes that are capable of both recording and stimulating. And the thread is basically this polymer insulated wire. The metal conductor is the kind of a tiramisu cake of gold plat tie. Um, and they're very, very tiny wires, 2 micron in width, so 2/1 millionth of meter.
It's crazy that that thing I'm looking at has the polymer insulation, has the conducting material, and has 16 electrodes at the end of it.
On each of those threads.
Yeah, on each of those threads.
Correct.
16. Each one of those.
Yes, you're not going to be able to see it with naked eye.
And I mean, to state the obvious, or maybe for people who are just listening, they're flexible.
Yes, yes. That's also one element that was incredibly important for us. So each of these threads are, as I mentioned, 16 micron in width, and then they taper to 84 micron, but in thickness, they're less than 5 micron. And in thickness, is mostly polyimide at the bottom and this metal track, and then another polyimide. So 2 micron of polyimide, 400 nanometer of this metal stack, and 2 micron of polyimide sandwiched together to protect it from the environment that is 37 degrees C bag of salt water.
So what's maybe can you speak to some interesting aspects of the material design here? Like, what does it take to design a thing like this and to be able to manufacture a thing like this for people who don't know anything about this kind of thing?
Yeah, so the material selection that we have is not, I don't think it was particularly unique. There were other labs, and there are other labs that are kind of looking at similar material stack. There's kind of a fundamental question, and still needs to be answered around the longevity and reliability of these microelectrodes that we call, compared to some of the other more conventional neural interfaces devices that are intracranial, so penetrating the cortex, that are more rigid, like the Utah ray, that are these 4 by 4 millimeter kind of silicon shank that have exposed recording site at the end of it, and that's been kind of the innovation from Richard Norman back in 1997. It's called the Utah ray because he was at University of Utah.
And what does the Utah ray look like? So it's a rigid type of.
Yeah, so we can actually look it up. Yeah. Yeah, so it's a bed of needle. There's. Okay. Yeah.
I'm
so
sorry.
those are rigid shanks.
Rigid. Yeah, you weren't kidding.
And the size and the number of shanks vary anywhere from 64 to 128. At the very tip of it is an exposed electrode that actually records neural signal. The other thing that's interesting to note is that unlike Neuralink threads that have recording electrodes that are actually exposed through iridium, and that actually then exits the craniectomy, that then has this port that you can connect to for any external electronic devices. They are working on or have the wireless telemetry device, but it still requires a through the skin port that actually is one of the biggest failure modes for infection for the system.
What are some of the challenges associated with flexible threads? Like, for example, on the robotic side, R1, implanting those threads. How difficult is that task?
Yeah. So as you mentioned, they're very, very difficult to maneuver by hand. These Utah rays that you saw earlier, they're actually inserted by a neurosurgeon actually positioning it near the site that they want, and then there's a pneumatic hammer that actually pushes them in. So it's a pretty simple process, and they're easy to maneuver. But for these thin film arrays, they're very, very tiny and flexible, so they're very difficult to maneuver. So that's why we built an entire robot to do that. There are other reasons for why we built a robot, and that is ultimately we want this to help millions and millions of people that can benefit from this, and there just aren't that many neurosurgeons out there. And robots can be something that we hope can actually do large parts of the surgery. But yeah, the robot is this entire other sort of category of product that we're working on, and it's essentially this multi-axis gantry system that has this specialized robot head that has all of the optics and this kind of a needle retracting mechanism that maneuvers these threads via this loop structure that you have on the thread.
So the thread already has a loop structure by which you grab it.
Correct.
Okay. So this is fascinating. So you mentioned optics. So there's a robot, R1. So for now, there's a human that actually creates a hole in your system. And then after that, there's a computer vision component that's finding a way to avoid the blood vessels. And then you're grabbing it by the loop, which is your thread, and placing it in a particular location to avoid the blood vessels. And also choosing the depth of placement, all that.
Correct.
So controlling the 3D geometry of the placement.
Correct. So the aspect of this robot that is unique is that it's not surgeon assisted or human assisted. It's a semi-automatic or automatic robot. Once obviously there are human components to it when you're placing targets. You can always move it away from kind of major vessels that you see. But I mean, we want to get to a point where one click and it just does surgery within minutes.
So the computer vision component finds great targets, candidates, and then kind of approves them. And the robot does it do like one thread at a time? Or
it does one thread at a time. And that's actually also one thing that looking at ways to do multiple threads at a time. There's nothing stopping from it. You can have multiple kind of engagement mechanisms. But right now it's one by one, and we also still do quite a bit of just kind of verification to make sure that it got inserted. If so, how deep? Did it actually match what was programmed in, and so on and so forth.
And the actual electrodes are placed at differing depths in the that's very small differences, but differences.
Yeah.
And so that there's some reasoning behind that, as you mentioned, like it gets more very different.
Yeah, we try to place them all around 3 or 4 millimeter from the surface, just because the span of the electrode, those 16 electrodes that we currently have in this version, spans roughly around 3 millimeters. So we want to get all of those in the ring.
This is fascinating. Okay, so there's a million questions here. We could zoom in specifically on the electrodes. What is your sense? How many neurons is each individual electrode listening to?
Yeah, each electrode can record from anywhere between 0 to 40, as I mentioned earlier. But practically speaking, we only see about at most 2 to 3. And you can actually distinguish which neuron it's coming from by the shape of the spikes. So I mentioned the spike detection algorithm that we have. It's called BOSS algorithm, buffer online spike sorter.
Nice.
It actually outputs at the end of the day 6 unique values, which are kind of the amplitude of these like negative going hump, middle hump, like positive going hump, and then also the time at which these happen. And from that, you can have kind of a statistical probability estimation of is that a spike, is it not a spike, and then based on that, you could also determine, that spike looks different than that spike must come from a different neuron.
Okay, so that's a nice signal processing step from which you can then make much better predictions about if there's a spike, especially in this kind of context where there could be multiple neurons screaming. And that also results in you being able to compress the data better.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just to be clear, the labs do this what's called spike sorting. Usually, once you have these like broadband, the fully digitized signals, and then you run a bunch of different set of algorithms to kind of tease apart. It's just all of this for us is done on the glass in a very low power, custom, built ASIC digital processing unit.
Highly heat constrained.
And the processing time from signal going in and giving you the output is less than a microsecond, which is a very, very short amount of time.
Oh yeah, so the latency has to be super short. Oh wow. Oh, that's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, latency is this huge thing that you have to deal with. Right now, the biggest source of latency comes from the Bluetooth. The way in which they're packetized, and we bin them in 15 milliseconds.
Oh, interesting. So it's a communication constraint. Is there some potential innovation there on the protocol used?
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, Bluetooth is definitely not our final wireless communication protocol that we want to get to. It's a highly
hence the N1 and the R1. I imagine that increases
NX, RX.
Yeah, that's the communication protocol, because Bluetooth allows you to communicate against farther distances than you need to, so you can go much shorter.
Yeah, the primary motivation for choosing Bluetooth is that everything is Bluetooth.
All right, so you can talk to any device.
Interoperability is just absolutely essential, especially in this early phase. And in many ways, if you can access a phone or a computer, you can do anything.
Well, it'll be interesting to step back and actually look at, again, the same pipeline that you mentioned for Nolan. So what does this whole process look like? From finding and selecting a human being to the surgery, to the first time he's able to use this thing.
So we have what's called a patient registry that people can sign up to hear more about the updates. And that was a route to which Nolan applied. And the process is that once the application comes in, it contains some medical records, and we based on their medical eligibility. There's a lot of different inclusion and exclusion criteria for them to move, and we go through a pre-screening interview process with someone from the Olympic. And at some point, we also go out to their homes to do a BCI home audit, because one of the most kind of revolutionary part about having this N1 system that is completely wireless is that you can use it at home. Like you don't actually have to go to the lab, and go to the clinic to get connectorized to these like specialized equipment that you can't take home with you. So that's one of the key elements of when we're designing the system that we wanted to keep in mind. People hopefully would want to be able to use this every day in the comfort of their home. And so part of our engagement and what we're looking for during BCI home audit is to just kind of understand their situation, what other assistive technologies they use.
And we should also step back and kind of say that the estimate is 180,000 people live with quadriplegia in the United States, and each year an additional 18,000 suffer a paralyzing spinal cord injury. So these are folks who have a lot of challenges living a life in terms of accessibility, in terms of doing the things that many of us just take for granted day to day. And one of the goals of this initial study is to enable them to have sort of digital autonomy, where they by themselves can interact with a digital device using just their mind, something that you're calling telepathy. So digital telepathy, where a quadriplegic can communicate with a digital device in all the ways that we've been talking about. Control the mouse cursor enough to be able to do all kinds of stuff, including play games and tweet and all that kind of stuff. And there's a lot of people for whom the basics of life are difficult because of the things that have happened to them. So
yeah, I mean, movement is so fundamental to our existence. Even speaking involves movement of mouth, lip, larynx, and without that, it's extremely debilitating. And there's many people that we can help. And I mean, like especially if we start to kind of look at other forms of movement disorders that are not just from spinal cord injury, but ALS, MS, or even stroke, that leads you, or just aging, right? That leads you to lose some of that ability, that independence. It's extremely debilitating.
and all of these are opportunities to help people, to help alleviate suffering, to help improve the quality of life. But each of the things you mentioned is its own little puzzle that needs to have increasing levels of capability from a device like the Neuralink device. And so the first one you're focusing on is this beautiful word, telepathy. So being able to communicate using your mind wirelessly with a digital device. Can you just explain this exactly what we're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly that. I mean, I think if you are able to control a cursor and be able to click and be able to get access to a computer or phone, I mean, the whole world opens up to you. And I mean, I guess the word telepathy, if we kind of think about that as just definitionally being able to transfer information from my brain to your brain without using some of the physical faculties that we have, like voices.
But the interesting thing here is, I think the thing that's not obviously clear is how exactly it works. So in order to move a cursor, there's at least a couple of ways of doing that. So one is you imagine yourself maybe moving a mouse with your hand, or you can then, which no one talked about, like imagine moving the cursor with your mind. Like I don't, but it's like there is a cognitive step here that's fascinating because you have to use the brain and you have to learn how to use the brain, and you kind of have to figure it out dynamically, like because you reward yourself if it works. So you're like, I mean, there's a step that it's a fascinating step because you have to get the brain to start firing in the right way.
Yeah,
and you do that by imagining, like fake it till you make it, and all of a sudden it creates the right kind of signal that, if decoded correctly, can create the kind of effect. And then there's like noise around that. You have to figure all of that out. But on the human side, imagine the cursor moving. Is what you have to do.
Yeah, he says using the force.
The force. I mean, isn't that just like fascinating to you that it works? Like to me, it's like holy shit, that actually works. Like you can move a cursor with your mind.
In as much as you're learning to use that thing's also learning about you. Like our model is constantly updating the weights to say, oh, if someone is thinking about, you know, this sophisticated forms of like spiking patterns, like that actually means to do this, right?
So the machine is learning about the human, and the human is learning about the machine. So there's adaptability to the signal processing, the decoding step, and then there's the adaptation of knowing the human being. Like the same way, if you give me a new mouse and I move it, I learn very quickly about its sensitivity, so I'll learn to move it slower. And then there's other kinds of signal drift and all that kind of stuff they have to adapt to. So both are adapting to each other.
Correct.
That's a fascinating like software challenge on both sides. The software on both, on the human software and
The organic and the inorganic.
organic and inorganic. Anyway, so sorry to rudely interrupt. So there's a selection that Nolan has passed with flying colors. Um, so everything, including it's a BCI friendly home, all of that. So what is the process of the surgery, implantation, the first moment when he gets to use the system?
The end-to-end, we say patient in to patient out, is anywhere between 2 to 4 hours. In a particular case for Nolan, it was about 3.5 hours. And there's many steps leading to, the actual robot insertion. Right? So there's anesthesia, induction, and we do intra-op CT imaging to make sure that we're drilling the hole in the right location. And this is also pre-planned beforehand. Someone like Nolan would go through fMRI, and then they can think about wiggling their hand. Obviously, due to their injury, it's not going to actually lead to any sort of intended output, but it's the same part of the brain that actually lights up when you're imagining moving your finger to actually moving your finger. And that's one of the ways in which we can actually know where to place our threads, because we want to go into what's called the hand knob area in the motor cortex, and as much as possible densely put our electric threads. So yeah, we do intra-op CT imaging to make sure and double check the location of the craniectomy, and surgeon comes in, does their thing in terms of like skin of the target, inserting of the thread. That takes anywhere between 20 to 40 minutes. In the particular case for Nolan, it was just over 30 minutes. And then after that, the surgeon comes in. There's a couple other steps of like actually inserting the dural substitute layer to protect the thread as well as the brain. And then screw in the implant, and then skin flap, and then suture, and then you're out.
So when Nolan woke up, what was that like? What was the recovery like? When was the first time he was able to use it?
So he was actually immediately after the surgery, like an hour after the surgery, as he was waking up, um, we did turn on the device, make sure that we are recording neural signals, and we actually did have a couple signals that we noticed that he can actually modulate. And what I mean by modulate is that he can think about clenching his fist, and you could see the spike disappear and appear.
That's awesome.
And that was immediate, right? Immediate after in the recovery room.
How cool is that? That's a human being. I mean, what's that feel like for you? This device and a human being, a first step of a gigantic journey. I mean, it's a historic moment. Even just that spike, just to be able to modulate that.
Obviously there have been other, as you mentioned, pioneers that have participated in these groundbreaking BCI investigational early feasibility studies. So we're obviously standing in the shoulders of the giants here. first ones to actually put electrodes in the human brain. But I mean, just leading up to the surgery, there was I definitely could not sleep. There was just it's the first time that you are working in a completely new environment. We had a lot of confidence based on our benchtop testing, preclinical R&D studies that the mechanism, the thread, the insertion, all that stuff is very safe, and that it's uh, obviously ready for doing this in a human. But there's still a lot of unknown about can the needle actually insert. I mean, we brought something like 40 needles just in case they break, and we ended up using only one. But I mean, that was a level of just complete unknown, right? Because it's a very very different environment, and I mean that's why we do clinical trial in the first place, to be able to test these things out. So extreme nervousness and just many sleepless nights leading up to the surgery, and definitely the day before the surgery. And it was an early morning surgery. We started at 7 in the morning. Um, and by the time it was around 10:30, it was everything was done. But I mean, first time seeing that, well, number one, just huge relief that this thing is doing what it's supposed to do, um, and two, I mean, just immense amount of gratitude for Nolan and his family, and then many others that have applied and that we've spoken to, uh, will speak to, are true pioneers in every war. And I sort of call them the neural astronauts or neural nauts. These amazing, just like in the 60s, right? Like these amazing, just pioneers, right? Exploring the unknown outwards. In this case, it's inward. Um, but an incredible amount of gratitude for them to, just participate and play a part. Um, and it's a journey that we're embarking on together. Um, but also, like I think it was that was a very very important milestone, but our work was just starting. So a lot of just kind of anticipation for, okay, what needs to happen next, what are set of sequences of events that needs to happen for us to make it worthwhile for both Nolan as well as us.
Just to linger on that, just a huge congratulations to you and the team for that milestone. I know there's a lot of work uh, left, but that's really exciting to see. That's a source of hope. This first big step, opportunity to help hundreds of thousands of people, and then maybe expand the realm of the possible for the human mind for millions of people in the future. So it's really exciting. Then like the opportunities are all ahead of us, and to do that safely and to do that effectively was really fun to see. As an engineer, just watching other engineers come together and doing an epic thing, that was awesome. Huge impact.
Thank you. It's could not have done it without the team, and yeah, I mean that's the other thing that I told the team as well. It was just this immense sense of optimism for the future. Um, I mean, it's a very important moment for the company. Needless to say, as well as hopefully for many others out there that we know.
So speaking of challenges, Neuralink published a blog post describing that some of the threads retracted, and so the performance, as measured by bits per second, dropped at first, but then eventually was regained. And that the whole story of how it was regained is super interesting. That's definitely something I'll talk to Bliss and to Nolan about. Um, but in general, um, can you speak to this whole experience? How was the performance regained? And just the technical aspects of the threads being retracted.
The main takeaway is that in the end, the performance have come back and it's actually gotten better than it was before. He's actually just beat the world record yet again last week, to 8.5 BPS. So I mean, he's just cranking and he's just improving.
The previous one was that he said was 8.
Correct.
He said 8.5.
Yeah, the previous world record in human was 4.6. So it's almost double. And his goal is to try to get to 10, which is roughly around kind of the median neural linker using a mouse with a hand. So it's
So yes, so the performance was regained.
Yeah, better than before. So that's the story on its own of what took the BCI team to recover that performance. It was actually mostly on kind of the signal processing end. So as I mentioned, we were kind of looking at these spike outputs from the our electrodes, and what happened is that kind of 4 weeks into the surgery, we noticed that the threads have slowly come out of the brain. And the way in which we noticed this at first, obviously, is that well, I think Nolan was the first to notice that his performance was degrading. Um, and I think at the time, we were also trying to do a bunch of different experimentation with different algorithms, different sort of UI, UX. So it was expected that there will be variability in the performance, but we did see kind of a steady decline, and then also the way in which we measure the health of the electrodes or whether they're in the brain or not is by measuring impedance of the electrode. So we look at kind of the interfacial um, kind of the Randall circuit, like they say, the capacitance and the resistance between the electrosurface and the medium. And if that changes in some dramatic ways, we have some indication, or if you're not seeing spikes on those channels, you have some indication that something's happening there. And what we notice is that looking at those impedance plot and spike rate plots, and also because we have those electrodes recording along the depth, we were seeing some sort of movement that indicated that the threads were being pulled out. And that obviously will have an implication on the model side, because if the number of inputs that are going into the model is changing because you have less of them, that model needs to get updated, right? And but there were still signals, and as I mentioned, similar to how even when you place the signals on the surface of the brain or farther away, like outside the skull, you still see some useful signals. What we started looking at is not just the spike occurrence through this BOSS algorithm that I mentioned, but we started looking at just the power of the frequency band that is interesting for Nolan to be able to modulate. So once we kind of changed the algorithm for the implant to not just give you the BOSS output, but also these spike band power output, that helped us sort of refine the model with the new set of inputs, and that was the thing that really ultimately gave us the performance back. Um, in terms of, and obviously, like the thing that we want ultimately, and the thing that we are working towards is figuring out ways in which we can keep those threads intact um, for as long as possible, so that we have many more channels going into the model. That's by far the number one priority that the team is currently embarking on to understand how to prevent that from happening. The thing that I will say also is that, as I mentioned, this is the first time ever that we're putting these threads in a human brain. And human brain, just for size reference, is 10 times that of the monkey brain or the sheep brain. And it's just a very, very different environment. It moves a lot more. It actually moves a lot more than we expected when we did Nolan surgery. And it's just a very, very different environment than what we're used to. And this is why we do clinical trials. We want to uncover some of these issues and failure modes earlier than later. So in many ways, it's provided us with this enormous amount of data and information to be able to solve this. And this is something that Neuralink is extremely good at. Is we have set of clear objectives and engineering problems. We have enormous amount of talents across many, many disciplines to be able to come together and fix the problem very, very quickly.
But it sounds like one of the fascinating challenges here is for the system and the decoding side to be adaptable across different time scales. So whether it's movement of threads or different aspects of signal drift, sort of on the software of the human brain, something changing. Like Nolan talks about cursor drift that can be corrected, and there's a whole UX challenge to how to do that. So it sounds like adaptability is like a fundamental property that has to be engineered in.
It is, and I think, as a company, we're extremely vertically integrated. Meaning make these thin film arrays in our own microfab.
Yeah, there's like you said, built in house. This whole paragraph here from this blog post is pretty gangster. Building the technologies described above has been no small feat. There's a bunch of links here that I recommend people click on. We've constructed in-house microfabrication capabilities to rapidly produce various iterations of thin film arrays that constitute our electrode threads. We created a custom femtosecond laser mill and manufacture components with micro-level precision. I think there's a tweet associated with this whole thing that we can get into. Yeah, this okay. Well, what are we looking at here? This thing. This is so in less than 1 minute, our custom-made femtosecond laser mill cuts this geometry in the tips of our needles. So we're looking at this weird gooey shaped needle. The tip is only 10 to 12 microns in width, only slightly larger than the diameter of a red blood cell. The small size allows threads to be inserted with minimal damage to the cortex. Okay, so what's interesting about this geometry? So we're looking at this geometry of a needle.
This is the needle that's engaging with the loops in the thread. So they're the ones that thread the loop and then peel it from the silicon backing, and then this is the thing that gets inserted into the tissue, and then this pulls out, leaving the thread. And this kind of a notch, or the sharp tooth that we used to call, is the thing that actually is grasping the loop, and then it's designed in such way such that when you pull out, leaves the loop.
And the robot is controlling this needle.
Correct. So this is actually housed in a cannula, and basically the robot has a lot of the optics that look for where the loop is. There's actually a 4 or 5 nanometer light that actually causes the polyimide to fluoresce, so that you can locate the location of the loop.
So the loop lights up?
Yeah, they do. The micron precision is awesome.
What's interesting about the robot that it takes to do that? That's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy that a robot is able to get this kind of precision.
Yeah, our robot is quite heavy. Our current version of it, it's like a giant granite slab that weighs about a ton, because it needs to be sensitive to vibration, environmental vibration, and then as the head is moving at the speed that it's moving, there's a lot of kind of motion control to make sure that you can achieve that level of precision. A lot of optics that kind of zoom in on that. We're working on next generation of the robot that is lighter, easier to transport. I mean, it is a feat to move the robot.
And it's far superior to a human surgeon at this time for this particular task.
Absolutely. I mean, let alone you try to actually thread a loop in a sewing kit. I mean, we're talking like fractions of human hair. These things it's not visible.
So continuing the paragraph, we developed novel hardware and software testing systems such as our accelerated lifetime testing racks and simulated surgery environment, which is pretty cool, to stress test and validate the robustness of our technologies. We performed many rehearsals of our surgeries to refine our procedures and make them second nature. This is pretty cool. We practice surgeries on proxies with all the hardware and instruments needed in our mock or in the engineering space. This helps us rapidly test and measure. So there's like proxies.
Yeah, this proxy is super cool, actually. So there's a 3D printed skull from the images that is taken at Barrow, as well as this hydrogel mix, sort of synthetic polymer thing that actually mimics the mechanical properties of the brain. It also has vasculature of the person. So basically what we're talking about here, and there's a lot of work that has gone into making this said proxy, that it's about like finding the right concentration of these different synthetic polymers to get the right sort of consistency for the needle dynamics, as they're being inserted. But we practice this surgery with the person, Nolan's basically physiology and brain, many times prior to actually doing the surgery.
So every step,
yeah. Like, where does someone stand? Like, I mean, like, what you're looking at is the picture. This is in our office of this kind of corner of the robot engineering space that we have created, this like mock OR space that looks exactly like what And it got to a point where a lot of our engineers, when we created a craniectomy, they're like, "Oh, that looks very familiar. We've seen that before."
Yeah. And there's wisdom you can gain through doing the same thing over and over and over. It's like a Jujutsu sushi kind of thing. Because then it's like Olympic athletes visualize the Olympics, and then once you actually show up, it feels easy. It feels like any other day. It feels almost boring winning the gold medal because you visualized it so many times, you've practiced it so many times that nothing about it is new. It's boring. You win the gold medal, it's boring, and the experience they talk about is mostly just relief. Probably that they don't have to visualize it anymore.
Yeah, the power of the mind to visualize, and where I mean, there's a whole field that studies where muscle memory lies in a certain level. Yeah, it's incredible.
I think it's a good place to actually ask sort of the big question that people might have is how do we know every aspect of this that you described is safe?
At the end of the day, the gold standard is to look at the tissue. Um, what sort of trauma did you cause the tissue, and does that correlate to whatever behavioral anomalies that you may have seen? And that's the language to which we can communicate about the safety of inserting something into the brain and what type of trauma that can cause. So we actually have an entire department of pathology that looks at these tissue slices. There are many steps that are involved in doing this once you have studies that are launched to with particular endpoints in mind. At some point you have to euthanize the animal, and then you go through necropsy to kind of collect the brain tissue samples. You fix them in formalin, and you roast them, you section them, and you look at individual slices just to see what kind of reaction or lack thereof exists. So that's the kind of the language to which FDA speaks, and as well for us to kind of evaluate the safety of the insertion mechanism as well as the threads at various different time points, both acute, so anywhere between 0 to 3 months to beyond 3 months.
So those are kind of the details of an extremely high standard of safety that has to be reached.
Correct.
FDA supervises this, but there's in general just a very high standard in every aspect of this, including the surgery. I think Matthew McDougall has mentioned that like the standard is, let's say, how to put it politely, higher than maybe some other operations that we take for granted. So the standard for all the surgical stuff here is extremely high.
Very high. I mean, it's a highly, highly regulated environment with the governing agencies that scrutinize every medical device that gets marketed, and I think it's a good thing. It's good to have those high standards, and we try to hold extremely high standards to kind of understand what sort of damage, if any, these innovative emerging technologies and new technologies that we're building on. And so far, we have been extremely impressed.
To me, with excitement about the histology and some of the images that you're able to share, can you explain to me what we're looking at?
Yeah, so what you're looking at is a stained tissue image. So this is a sectioned tissue slice from an animal that was implanted for 7 months, so chronic time point. And you're seeing all these different colors, and each color indicates specific types of cell types. So purple and pink are astrocytes and microglia, respectively. They're types of glial cells. And the other thing that people may not be aware of is your brain is not just made up of a soup of neurons and axons. There are other cells like glial cells that actually is the glue and also react if there are any trauma or damage to the tissue.
The brown are the neurons.
The brown are the neurons. Yeah. So what you're seeing is in this kind of macro image, you're seeing these like circle highlighted in light the insertion sites, and when you zoom into one of those, you see the threads, and then in this particular case, I think we're seeing about the 16 wires that are going into the page. And the incredible thing here is the fact that you have the neurons that are these round structures or round circular or elliptical basically zero trauma that's caused during this insertion. And with these neural interfaces, these micro electrodes that you insert, that is one of the most common mode of failures. So when you insert these threads, like the Utah ray, it causes neuronal death around the site because you're inserting a foreign object, right? And that kind of elicits these like immune response to microglia and astrocytes. They form this like protective layer around it, and not only are you killing the neuron cells, but you're also creating this protective layer that then basically prevents you from recording neural signals because you're getting further and further away from the neurons that you're trying to record. And that is the biggest mode of failure. And in this particular example, in that inset, it's about 50 micron in that scale bar. The neurons seem to be attracted to it.
And so there's certainly no trauma. That's a beautiful image, by the way. Just the brown neuron. For some reason, I can't look away.
Yeah, and the way that these things are, I mean, the tissues generally don't have these beautiful colors. This is multiplex stain that uses these different proteins that are staining these at different colors. We use a very standard set of staining techniques with HE, EVA1, and NUN, and GFAP. So if you go to the next image, this is also kind of illustrates the second point because you can make an argument. And initially, when we saw the previous image, we said, "Oh, like, are the threads floating? Like, what is happening here? Like, are we actually looking at the right thing?" So what we did is we did another stain, and this is all done in-house, of this Mathon's trichrome stain, which is in blue that shows these collagen layers. So the blue basically, like, you don't want the blue around the implant thread because that means that there's some sort of scarring that's happening. And what you're seeing, if you look at individual threads, is that you don't see any of the blue, which means that there has been absolutely, or very, very minimal to a point where it's not detectable amount of trauma in this particular.
So that presumably is one of the big benefits of having this kind of flexible thread.
Yeah, so we think this is primarily due to the size as well as the flexibility of the threads. Also the fact that R1 is avoiding vasculature, so we're not disrupting or we're not causing damage to the vessels and not breaking any of the blood-brain barrier has basically caused the immune response to be muted.
So this is also a nice illustration of the size of things. So this is the tip of the thread.
Yeah, those are neurons.
And they're neurons, and this is the thread listening. And the electrodes are positioned how?
Yeah, so this is what you're looking at is not electrodes themselves. Those are the conductive wires. So each of those should probably be 2 micron in width. So what we're looking at is we're looking at the coronal slice. So we're looking at some slice of the tissue. So as you go deeper, you'll obviously have less and less of the tapering of the thread. But yeah, the point basically being that there's just kind of cells around the inserted site, which is just an incredible thing to see. I've just never seen anything like this.
How easy and safe is it to remove the implant?
Yeah, so it depends on when. In the first 3 months or so after the surgery, there's a lot of kind of tissue modeling that's happening. Similar to when you get a cut. You obviously start over the first couple weeks, depending on the size of the wound, scar tissue forming, right? These like contracted, and then in the end they turn into scab. The same thing happens in the brain, and it's a very dynamic environment. And before the scar tissue or the neomembrane or the new membrane that forms, it's quite easy to just pull them out, and there's minimal trauma that's caused during that. Once the scar tissue forms, and with Nolan as well, we believe that that's the thing that's currently anchoring the thread. So we haven't seen any more movements since then. So they're quite stable. It gets harder to actually completely extract the threads. So our current method for removing the device is cutting the thread, leaving the tissue intact, and then unscrewing and taking the implant out. And that hole is now going to be plugged with either another Neuralink or just with kind of a PEEK-based, plastic-based cap.
Is it okay to leave the threads in there forever?
Yeah, we think so. We've done studies where we left them there, and one of the biggest concerns that we had is like, do they migrate and do they get to a point where they should not be? We haven't seen that. Again, once the scar tissue forms, they get anchored. And I should also say that when we say upgrade, like we're not just talking in theory here. Like we've actually upgraded many times. Most of our monkeys, which are non-human primates, NHP, have been upgraded. Pager, who you saw playing Mind Pong, has the latest version of the device since 2 years ago and is seemingly very happy and healthy and fat.
So what's designed for the future, the upgrade procedure? So maybe for Nolan, what would the upgrade look like? Or essentially, what you're mentioning, is there a way to upgrade the device internally, where you take it apart, sort of keep the capsule and upgrade the internal?
Yeah, so there are a couple different things here. So for Nolan, if we were to upgrade, what we would have to do is either cut the threads or extract the threads, depending on kind of the situation there in terms of how they're anchored or scarred in. If you were to remove them with the dural substitute, you have an intact brain, so you can reinsert different threads with an updated implant package. There are a couple different other ways that we're thinking about the future of what the upgradable system looks like. One is, at the moment we currently remove the dura, this kind of thick layer that protects the brain. But that actually is the thing that actually proliferates the scar tissue formation. So typically, general good rule of thumb is you want to leave the nature as is and not disrupt it as much. So we're looking at ways to insert the threads through the dura, which comes with different set of challenges, such as it's a pretty thick layer. So how do you actually penetrate that without breaking the needle? So we're looking at different needle design for that, as well as the kind of loop engagement. The other biggest challenges are it's quite opaque optically with white light illumination. So how do you avoid still this biggest advantage that we have of avoiding vasculature? How do you image through that? How do you actually still engage that? So there are other imaging techniques that we're looking at to enable that. But the goal, our hypothesis is that, and based on some of the early evidence that we have, doing through the dura insertion will cause minimal scarring that causes them to be much easier to extract over time. And the other thing that we're also looking at, this is going to be a fundamental change in the implant architecture, is at the moment it's a monolithic single implant that comes with a thread that's bonded together, so you can't actually separate the thing out. But you can imagine having two-part implant. Bottom part, that is the thread that are inserted, that has the chips and maybe a radio and some power source, and then you have another implant that has more of the computational heavy load and the bigger battery. And then one can be under the dura, one can be above the dura, like being the plug for the skull. They can talk to each other, but the thing that you want to upgrade, the computer, and not the thread, if you want to upgrade that, you just go in there, remove the screws, and then put in the next version, and it's a very easy surgery too. Like you do a skin incision, slip this in, screw, probably be able to do this in 10 minutes.
So that would allow you to reuse the threads. So
correct.
So I mean, this leads to the natural question of what is the pathway to scaling the increasing the number of threads? Is that a priority? Is that like what's the technical challenge there?
Yeah, that is a priority. So for next versions of an implant, the key metrics that we're looking to prove are number of channels, just recording from more and more neurons. We have a pathway to actually go from currently 1,000 to hopefully 3,000, if not 6,000 by end of this year. And then end of next year, we want to get to 6,000. Wow. So there's a couple of limitations to that. One is, obviously being able to photolithographically print those wires. As I mentioned, it's 2 micron in width and in spacing. Obviously, there are chips that are much more advanced than those types of resolution, and we have some of the tools that we have brought in-house to be able to do that. So traces will be narrower, just so that you have to have the wires coming up into the chip. Chips also cannot linearly consume more energy as you have more and more channel. So there's a lot of innovations in the circuit, in architecture as well as the circuit design topology to make that lower power. You need to also think about if you have all of these spikes, how do you send that off to the end application? So you need to think about bandwidth limitation there and potentially innovations in signal processing. Physically, one of the biggest challenges is going to be the interface. It's always the interface that breaks. Bonding this thin film array to the electronics. It starts to become very, very highly dense interconnects. So how do you connectorize that? There's a lot of innovations in kind of the 3D integrations in the recent years that we can take advantage of. One of the biggest challenges that we do have is forming this hermetic barrier, right? This is an extremely harsh environment that we're in, the brain. So how do you protect it from, like the brain trying to kill your electronics to also your electronics leaking things that you don't want into the brain, and that forming that hermetic barrier is going to be a very, very big challenge that we, I think, are actually well suited to tackle.
How do you test that? Like, what's the development environment?
Yeah,
to simulate that kind of harshness.
Yeah, so this is where the accelerated life tester essentially is a brain in a vat. It literally is a vessel that is made up of, and again, for all intents and purposes for this particular type of test, the brain is the cell phone, and you can also put some other set of chemicals like reactive oxygen species that get at kind of these interface rating times like 3x. And there's a limit as to how much temperature you want to increase, because at some point there's some other nonlinear dynamics that causes you to have other nasty gases to form that just is not realistic in an environment. So what we do is we increase in our ALT chamber by 20 degrees Celsius. That increases the aging by four times. So essentially 1 day in ALT chamber is 4 days in calendar year. And we look at whether the implants still are intact, including the threads and
operation and all of that.
And operation and all of that. It obviously is not an exact same environment as a brain, because brain has mechanical, other more biological groups that attack at it. But it is a good testing environment for at least the enclosure and the strength of that enclosure. And I mean, we've had implants, the current version of the implant that has been in there for, close to 2.5 years, which is equivalent to a decade, basically.
So it's interesting that so basically, close approximation is warm salt water. Hot salt water is a good testing environment. By the way, I'm drinking Element, which is basically salt water, which is making me kind of. It doesn't have computational power the way the brain does, but maybe and in terms of other characteristics, it's quite similar.
Yeah, you have to get it at the right pH too.
And then consciousness will emerge.
Yeah.
All right.
But by the way, the other thing that also is interesting about our enclosure is, if you look at our implant, it's not your common-looking medical implant that usually is encased in a titanium can that's laser welded. We use this polymer called PCTFE, polychlorotrifluoroethylene, which is actually commonly used in blister packs. So when you have a pill and you try to pop a pill, there's like kind of that plastic membrane. That's what this is. No one's actually ever used this except us. And the reason we wanted to do this is because it's electromagnetically transparent. So when we talk about the electromagnetic inductive charging with titanium can, and usually if you're going to do something like that, you have to have a sapphire window, and it's a very, very tough process to scale.
So you're doing a lot of iterations on every aspect of it, the materials, the software, the hardware, all
the whole shebang.
So you mentioned scaling. Is it possible to have multiple Neuralink devices as one of the ways of scaling? To have multiple Neuralink devices implanted? Testable?
Yeah, we've had our monkeys have had 3 Neuralink, one in each hemisphere. And then we're also looking at, potential of having one in motor cortex, one in visual cortex, and one in whatever other cortex.
So focusing on a particular function, one will in the right direction. I mean, I wonder if there's some level of customization that can be done on the compute side. So for the motor cortex,
Absolutely. That's the goal. And we talk about at Neuralink building a generalized neural interface to the brain. And that also is strategically how we're approaching this with marketing and also with regulatory, which is, hey, look, we have the robot, and the robot can access any part of the cortex. Right now, we're focused on motor cortex with current version of the N1 that's specialized for motor decoding tasks. But also, at the end of the day, there's kind of a general compute available there. But typically, if you want to really get down to kind of hyper optimizing both power and efficiency, you do want need to get this specialized function, right? But what we're saying is that, hey, you are now used to this robotic insertion techniques, which took many years of showing data and conversation with the FDA, and also internally convincing ourselves that this is safe. And now the difference is that if you go to other parts of the brain, like visual cortex, which we're interested in as our second product, obviously it's a completely different environment. The cortex is laid out very differently. It's going to be more stimulation focused rather than recording, just kind of creating visual percepts. But in the end, we're using the same thin film array technology. We're using the same robot insertion technology. We're using the same packaging technology. Now it's more the conversation is focused around what are the differences and what are the implications of those differences in safety and efficacy.
The way you said second product is just so hilarious and awesome to me. That product being the storing site for blind people. So can you speak to stimulating the visual cortex? I mean, the possibilities there are just incredible to be able to give that gift back to people who don't have sight or even any aspect of that. Can you just speak to the challenges of, there's several challenges here.
Oh, many.
One of which is, like you said, from recording to stimulation. Any aspect of that you're both excited and see the challenges of.
Yeah, I guess I'll start by saying that we actually have been capable of stimulating through our thin film array as well as our electronics for years. We have actually demonstrated some of that capabilities for reanimating the limb in the spinal cord. It's obviously for the current EFS study, we hardware disabled that, so that's something that we wanted to embark as a separate journey. And obviously there are many different ways to write information into the brain. The way in which we're doing that is through electrical, passing electrical current and kind of causing that to really change the local environment so that you can sort of artificially cause kind of the neurons to depolarize in nearby areas. For vision specifically, the way our visual system works, it's both well understood. I mean, anything with kind of brain, there are aspects of it that's well understood, but in the end, like, we don't really know anything. But the way visual system works is that you have photon hitting your eye, and in your eye, there are these specialized cells called photoreceptor cells that convert the photon energy into electrical signal, and then that then gets projected to your back of your head, your visual cortex. It goes through actually a thalamic system called LGN that then projects it out, and then in the visual cortex there's visual area 1 or V1, and then there's a bunch of other higher level processing layers like V2, V3, and there are actually kind of interesting parallels in when you study the behaviors of these convolutional neural networks, like what the different layers of the network is detecting. First they're detecting like these edges, and they're then detecting some more natural curves, and then they start to detect like objects, right? Kind of similar thing happens in the brain, and a lot of that has been inspired, and also it's been kind of exciting to see some of the correlations there. But bringing sight back to those that are blind, there are many different forms of blindness. There's actually 1 million people in the U.S. that are legally blind. That means certain score below in kind of the visual test. I think it's something like if you can see something at 20 feet distance that normal people can see at 200 feet distance, like if you're worse than that, you're legally blind.
So fundamentally, that means you can't function effectively.
Correct.
Using sight in the world.
Yeah, like to navigate your environment. And yeah, there's different forms of blindness. There are forms of blindness where there's some degeneration of your retina, its photoreceptor cells, and the rest of your visual processing that I described is impaired. And for those types of individuals, you may not need to maybe stick electrodes into the visual cortex. You can actually build retinal prosthetic devices that actually just replaces a function of that retinal cells that are degenerated. And there are many companies that are working on that. But that's a very small slice. Albeit significant, still smaller slice of folks that are legally blind. If there's any damage along that circuitry, whether it's an optic nerve or LGN circuitry or any break in that circuit, that's not going to work. And the source of where you need to actually cause that visual percept to happen, because your biological mechanism of doing that is by placing electrodes in the visual cortex in the back of your head. And the way in which this would work is that you would have an external camera, whether it's something as unsophisticated as a GoPro or some sort of wearable Ray-Ban type glasses that I was working on that captures a scene, right? And that scene is then converted to a set of electrical impulses or stimulation pulses that you would activate in your visual cortex through these dip photo rays. And by playing some concerted kind of orchestra of these stimulation patterns, you can create what's called phosphenes, which are these kind of white yellowish dots that you can also create by just pressing your eyes. You can actually create those percepts by stimulating the visual cortex. And the name of the game is really have many of those and have those percepts the phosphenes be as small as possible so that you can start to tell apart, like they're the individual pixels of the screen, right? So if you have many of those, potentially you'll be able to, in the long term, be able to actually get naturalistic vision, but in the short term to maybe midterm, be able to at least be able to have object detection algorithms run on your glasses, the pre-processing units, and then being able to at least see the edges of things so you don't bump into stuff.
This is incredible. This is really incredible. So you basically would be adding pixels, and your brain would start to figure out what those pixels mean.
Yeah.
And like with the different kinds of the system and signal processing on all fronts.
Yeah. The thing that actually, a couple of things. One is, obviously if you're blind from birth, the way brain works, especially in the early age, neuroplasticity is really nothing other than kind of your brain and different parts of your brain fighting for the limited territory.
Yeah.
And I mean, very very quickly you see cases where people that are, I mean, you also hear about people who are blind that have heightened sense of hearing or some other senses, and the reason for that is that cortex that's not used just gets taken over by these different parts of the cortex. So for those types of individuals, I mean, I guess they're going to have to now map some other parts of their senses into what they call vision, but it's going to be obviously a very, very different conscious experience. So I think that's an interesting caveat. The other thing that also is important to highlight is that we're currently limited by our biology in terms of the wavelength that we can see. There's a very, very small wavelength that is a visible light wavelength that we can see with our eyes, but when you have an external camera with this DCI system, you're not limited to that. You can have infrared, you can have UV, you can have whatever other spectrum that you want to see. And whether that gets mapped to some sort of weird conscious experience, I have no idea, but when that, oftentimes I talk to people about the goal of Neuralink being going beyond the limits of our biology. That's sort of what I mean.
And if you're able to control the kind of raw signal, is it when we use our sight, we're getting the photons, and there's not much processing on it. If you're able to control that signal, maybe you can do some kind of processing. Maybe you do object detection ahead of time.
Yeah.
You're doing some kind of pre-processing, and there's a lot of possibilities for that. It's not just increasing sort of thermal imaging, that kind of stuff, but it's also just doing some kind of interesting processing.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, my theory of how a visual system works also is that, I mean, there's just so many things happening in the world, and there's a lot of photons that are going into your eye, and it's unclear exactly where some of the pre-processing steps are happening, but I mean, I actually think that just from a fundamental perspective, there's just so much, it's the reality that we're in, if it's a reality, is so, there's so much data, and I think humans are just unable to actually eat enough actually to process all that information. So there's some sort of filtering that does happen. Whether that happens in the retina, whether that happens in different layers of the visual cortex, unclear. But the analogy that I sometimes think about is, if your brain is a CCD camera, and all of the information in the world is a sun. And when you try to actually look at the sun with a CCD camera, it's just going to saturate the sensors, right? Because it's an enormous amount of energy. So what you do is you end up adding these filters, right, to kind of narrow the information that's coming to you and being captured. And I think, things like our experiences or our, like drugs like propofol, that like anesthetic drug, or psychedelics, what they're doing is they're kind of swapping out these filters and putting in new ones or removing older ones and kind of controlling our conscious experience.
Yeah, man, not to distract from the topic, but I just took a very high dose of ayahuasca in the Amazon jungle. So yes, it's a nice way to think about it. You're swapping out different experiences, and with Neuralink being able to control that, primarily at first to improve function, not for entertainment purposes or enjoyment purposes, but
giving back lost function.
Giving back lost function. And that's especially when the function is completely lost, anything is a huge help. Would you implant a Neuralink device in your own brain?
Absolutely. I mean, maybe not right now, but absolutely.
What kind of capability, once reached, you start getting real curious and almost get a little antsy, like jealous of people that get as you watch them get implanted?
Yeah, I mean, I think, even with our early participants, if they start to do things that I can't do, which I think is in the realm of possibility for them to be able to get, 15, 20, if not 100 BPS, right? There's nothing that fundamentally stops us from being able to achieve that type of performance. I would certainly get jealous that they can do that.
I should say that watching Nolan, I get a little jealous because he's having so much fun, and it seems like such a chill way to play video games.
Yeah. So, I mean, the thing that also is hard to appreciate sometimes is that, he's doing these things while talking, and I mean, it's multitasking, right? So it's clearly, it's obviously cognitively intensive, but similar to how, when we talk, we move our hands, like these things, are multitasking. I mean, he's able to do that, and you won't be able to do that with other assistive technology, as far as I'm aware. If you're obviously using like an eye tracking device, you're very much fixated on that thing that you're trying to do. And if you're using voice control, I mean, if you say some other stuff, you don't get to use that.
Yeah, the multitasking aspect of that is really interesting. So it's not just the BPS for the primary task; it's the parallelization of multitasking. If you measure the BPS for the entirety of the human organism, so if you're talking and doing a thing with your mind and looking around, also, I mean, there's just a lot of parallelization that can be happening.
But I mean, I think at some point for him, like if he wants to really achieve those high level BPS, it does require like full attention, right? And that's a separate circuitry that is a big mystery, like how attention works, and
Yeah, attention, like cognitive load. I've read a lot of literature on people doing two tasks. Like you have your primary task and a secondary task, and the secondary task is a source of distraction. And how does that affect the performance of the primary task? And depending on the task, there's a lot of interesting. I mean, this is an interesting computational device, right? And I think there's,
to say the least,
a lot of novel insights that can be gained from everything. I mean, I personally am surprised that no one's able to do such incredible control of the cursor while talking, and also be nervous at the same time, because he's talking like all of us are. If you're talking in front of the camera, you get nervous. So all of those are coming into play. He's able to still achieve a high performance. Surprising. I mean, all of this is really amazing, and I think just after researching this really in depth, I kind of want to do it.
get in line.
And also the safety, keep in mind. Well, we should say the registry is for people who have quadriplegia and all that kind of stuff. So there'd be a separate line for people. They're just curious, like myself. So now that Nolan, patient P1, is part of the ongoing Prime study, what's the high-level vision for P2, P3, P4, P5, and just the expansion into other human beings, getting to experience this implant?
Yeah, I mean, the primary goal is, for our study in the first place, is to achieve safety endpoints, just understand safety of this device as well as the implantation process. And also at the same time, understand the efficacy and the impact that it could have on the potential users' lives. And just because you're living with tetraplegia, it doesn't mean your situation is the same as another person living with tetraplegia. It's widely varying, and it's something that we're hoping to also understand how our technology can serve not just a very small slice of those individuals, but broader group of individuals, and being able to get the feedback to just really build just the best product for them. So our there's obviously also goals that we have, and the primary purpose of the early feasibility study is to learn from each and every participant to improve the device, improve the surgery before we embark on what's called a pivotal study that then is a much larger trial that starts to look at statistical significance of your endpoints, and that's required before you can then market the device. And that's how it works in the U.S. and just generally around the world. That's the process you follow. So our goal is to really just understand from people like Nolan, P2, P3, future participants, what aspects of our device needs to improve. If it turns out that people are like, I really don't like the fact that it lasts only 6 hours. I wanted to be able to use this computer for like 24 hours. I mean, that is a user needs and user requirements, which we can only find out from just being able to engage with them.
So before the pivotal study, there's kind of like a rapid innovation based on individual experiences. You're learning from individual people how they use it, like high resolution details in terms of like cursor control and signal and all that kind of stuff to like light experience.
Yeah. So there's hardware changes, but also just firmware updates. So even when we had that sort of recovery event for Nolan, he now has the new firmware that he has been updated with, and similar to how like your phones get updated all the time with new firmwares for security patches, whatever new functionality, UI, right? And that's something that is possible with our implant. It's not a static, one-time device that can only do the thing that it said it can do. I mean, similar to Tesla, you can do over-the-air firmware updates, and now you have completely new user interface and all this bells and whistles and improvements on everything, like the latest, right? That's when we say generalized platform, this is what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's really cool how the app that Nolan is using, there's like calibration, all that all that kind of stuff, and then there's update. Just you just click and get an update. What other future capabilities are you kind of looking to? You said vision. That's a fascinating one. What about sort of accelerated typing or speech, this kind of stuff? So
Yeah.
What else is there?
Yeah, those are still in the realm of movement program. So largely speaking, we have two programs. We have the movement program and we have the vision program. The movement program, currently is focused around the digital freedom. As you can easily guess, if you can control the 2D cursor in the digital space, you could move anything in the physical space. So robotic arms, wheelchair, your environment, or even really like whether it's through the phone or just like directly to those interfaces, so to those machines. So we're looking at ways to kind of expand those types of capability even remotely. That requires conversation with the FDA and kind of showing safety data for if there's a robotic arm or a wheelchair that we can guarantee that they're not going to hurt themselves accidentally. It's very different if you're moving stuff in the digital domain versus in the physical space. You can actually um, potentially cause harm to participants. So we're working through that right now. Speech does involve different areas of the brain. Speech prosthetic is very, very fascinating, and there's actually been a lot of really um, amazing work that's been happening in academia. Sergei Stavitsky at UC Davis, Jamie Henderson, and late Krishna Shenoy at Stanford, doing just some incredible amount of work in improving speech neural prosthetics. And those are actually looking more at parts of the motor cortex that are controlling these vocal articulators, and being able to like even by mouthing the word or imagining speech, you can pick up those signals. The more sophisticated, higher level processing areas like Broca's area or Wernicke's area, those are still very, very big mystery in terms of the underlying mechanism of how all that stuff works. But yeah, I mean, I think Neuralink's eventual goal is to kind of understand those things and be able to provide a platform and tools to be able to understand that and study that.
This is where I get to the pothead questions. Do you think we can start getting insight into things like thought? So speech is there's a muscular component, like you said. There's like the act of producing sounds. But then what about the internal things like cognition? Like low level thoughts and high level thoughts. Do you think we'll start noticing kind of signals that could be picked up? That could they could be understood, they could be maybe used in order to interact with the outside world.
In some ways, like I guess this starts to kind of get into the hard problem of consciousness, and I mean, on one hand, all of these are at some point set of electrical signals that from there maybe it in itself is like giving you the cognition or the meaning, or somehow human mind is incredibly amazing storytelling machine, so we're telling ourselves and fooling ourselves that there's some interesting meaning here. But I certainly think that BCI and really BCI at the end of the day is a set of tools that help you kind of study the underlying mechanisms in a both like local but also broader sense. And whether there's some interesting patterns of like electrical signal that means like you're thinking this versus, and you can either like learn from like many sets of data to correlate some of that and be able to do mind reading or not. I'm not sure. I certainly would not kind of rule that out as a possibility, but I think BCI alone probably can't do that. There's probably additional set of tools and framework and also like just hard problem of consciousness at the end of the day is rooted in this philosophical question of like what's the meaning of it all? What's the nature of our existence? Like where does the mind emerge from this complex network? Like
yeah, how does the subjective experience emerge from just a bunch of spikes, electrical spikes?
Yeah. I mean, we do really think about BCI and what we're building as a tool for understanding the mind, the brain, the only question that matters. There's actually there actually is some biological existence proof of like what it would take to kind of start to form some of these experiences that may be unique. Um, if you actually look at every one of our brains, there are two hemispheres. There's a left-sided brain, there's a right-sided brain, and I mean, unless you have some other conditions, you normally don't feel like left legs or right legs. Like you just feel like one leg, right? So what is happening there, right? If you actually look at the two hemispheres, there's a structure that kind of connectorized the two called the corpus callosum that is supposed to have around 200 to 300 million connections or axons. Um, so whether that means that's the number of interface and electrodes that we need to create some sort of mind meld, or from that, like whatever new conscious experience that you can experience. Um, but yeah, I do think that there's like kind of an interesting existence proof that we all have.
And that threshold is unknown at this time.
Oh yeah, these things, everything in this domain is speculation, right?
And then there will be you'd be continuously pleasantly surprised. Do you see a world where there's millions of people, like tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people walking around with a Neuralink device, or multiple Neuralink devices in their brain?
I do. First of all, there are, like if you look at worldwide, people suffering from movement disorders and visual deficits. I mean that's in the tens, if not hundreds, of millions of people. So that alone, I think there's a lot of benefit and potential good that we can do with this type of technology. And once you start to get into kind of neuro, like psychiatric application, depression, um, anxiety, hunger, or obesity, right? Like mood control of appetite. I mean that starts to become you know very real to everyone.
Not to mention that most people on Earth have a smartphone, and once BCI starts competing with a smartphone as a preferred methodology of interacting with the digital world, that also becomes an interesting thing.
Oh yeah, I mean this is even before going to that, right? I mean there's like almost, I mean the entire world that could benefit from these types of things, and then yeah, like if we're talking about kind of next generation of how we interface with machines or even ourselves, in many ways I think BCI can play a role in that, and some of the things that I also talk about is I do think that there's a real possibility that you could see even 8 billion people walking around with Neuralink.
Well, thank you so much for pushing ahead, and I look forward to that exciting future.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with DJ Soft. And now, dear friends, here's Matthew Dugo, the head neurosurgeon at Neuralink. When did you first become fascinated with the human brain?
Since forever. As far back as I can remember, I've been interested in the human brain. I mean, I was, a thoughtful kid and a bit of an outsider, and sit there thinking about what the most important things in the world are in your little tiny adolescent brain.
Yeah,
Nothing in particular. Just sitting here thinking, I just felt like I want to look at a computer. I'm going to try no blue screen for a day, see how I feel.
excellent. Well, with your phone too.
I mean, it's 2024. So what am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? So we'll see what happens. I might read.
All right, I got you.
But I don't know. I think probably try to limit it or something.
I got you.
But send me a text. I mean, I'm still gonna have my phone here, and I got Discord. Let me know if anything's going on. I'll hop into a thing just to sit there and be muted or something if you need.
excellent. Tonight, if you can come back, and I'll send you a message if you want. But I'm gonna do a
Yeah, send me
concert.
a message, remind me.
Excellent. I'm gonna do a concert, so I'll find a Discord. I, so Maya's Playhouse, I've gotten some. I've gotten like 20 people in there at one time for one concert, but obviously last night people were just in and out. But there are singing discords as well, like not karaoke, but they're just singing. So I'm thinking of just doing it there because people there are really interested in other people singing and such. So I will send
That's
you an
cool.
invite to the Discord. Should I do that, and I'll keep you updated. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. Well, you
All
get
right, brother.
the necessary break
I'll
that you
chat
need.
with you later.
Peace, man.
What's that?
Get the necessary break that you need. Peace, man.
Yeah, yeah, it'll probably feel good. So
All right.
I'll chat with you soon.
Excellent. Sounds great.
Worked.
Hey, brother.
Take care.
How the brain encodes information and generates desires and generates agony and suffering. We could do more about it. You think about all the really great triumphs in human history. You think about all the really horrific tragedies. You think about the Holocaust. You think about any prison full of human stories, and all of those problems boil down to neurochemistry. So if you get a little bit of control over that, you provide people the option to do better. And the way I read history, the way people have dealt with having better tools is that they most often in the end do better, with huge asterisks. But I think it's an interesting, worthy, and noble pursuit to give people more options, more tools.
Yeah, that's a fascinating way to look at human history. You just imagine all these neurobiological mechanisms, Stalin, Hitler, all of these, Genghis Khan, all of them just had like a brain, just a bunch of neurons, like a few tens of billions of neurons, uh, gaining a bunch of information over a period of time. Instead of modulated, there's language and memory and all that. And from there, in the case of those people, they're able to murder millions of people. And all that coming from, there's not some glorified notion of a dictator of this enormous mind or something like this. It's just the brain.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, a lot of that has to do with how well people like that can organize those around them.
Other brains.
Yeah. And so I always find it interesting to look to primatology, look to our closest non-human relatives for clues as to how humans are going to behave and what particular humans are able to achieve. And so you look at chimpanzees and bonobos, they're similar but different in their social structures, particularly. And I went to Emory in Atlanta and studied under Franz de Waal, the great Franz de Waal, who was kind of a leading primatologist who recently died. And his work in looking at chimps through the lens of how you would watch an episode of Friends and understand the motivations of the characters interacting with each other. He would look at a chimp colony and basically apply that lens.
Oh, that is the worst.
Massively oversimplifying it. If you do that, instead of just saying subject 473 through the species at subject 471, you talk about them in terms of their human struggles, accord them the dignity of themselves
Are
as
you fucking
actors
serious?
with understandable goals and drives, what they want out of life, and primarily it's
Oh, this is
things
live.
we want out of life: food, sex, companionship, power. You can understand chimp and bonobo behavior in the same light much more easily. And I think doing so gives you the tools you need to reduce human behavior from the kind of false complexity that we layer onto it with language.
That's so fucking funny.
And look at it in terms of, oh, well, these humans are looking for companionship, sex, food, power. I think that's a pretty powerful tool to have in understanding human behavior.
I just went to the Amazon jungle for a few weeks, and it's a very visceral reminder that a lot of life on Earth they're all screaming at each other. Like I saw a lot of monkeys, and they're just trying to impress each other. Or maybe if there's a battle for power, but a lot of the battle for power has to do with them getting laid.
Right. Breeding rights often go with alpha status, and so if you can get a piece of that, then you're going to do okay.
And we'd like to think that we're somehow fundamentally different, but especially when it comes to primates, we really are. You know, we can use fancier poetic language, but maybe some of the underlying drives that motivate us are similar.
Yeah, I think that's true.
And all of that is coming from the brain.
Yeah.
When did you first start studying the brain, the biological mechanism?
Basically, the moment I got to college, I started looking around for labs that I could do neuroscience work in. I originally approached that from the angle of looking at interactions between the brain and the immune system, which isn't the most obvious place to start, but I had this idea at the time that the contents of your thoughts would have an impact, a direct impact, maybe a powerful one, on non-conscious systems in your body, the systems we think of as, you know, homeostatic, automatic mechanisms like fighting off a virus, like repairing a wound. And sure enough, there are big crossovers between the two. I mean, it gets to kind of a key point that I think goes under-recognized. One of the things people don't recognize or appreciate about the human brain enough, and that is that it basically controls or has a huge role in almost everything that your body does. Like you try to name an example of something in your body that isn't directly controlled or massively influenced by the brain, and it's pretty hard. I mean, you might say like bone healing or something, but even those systems, the hypothalamus and pituitary end up playing a role in coordinating the endocrine system that does have a direct influence on, say, the calcium level in your blood that goes to bone healing. So non-obvious connections between those things implicate the brain as really a potent prime mover in all of health.
One of the things I realized in the other direction too, how most of the systems in the body are integrated with the human brain, that they affect the brain also, like the immune system. I think there's, you know, people who study Alzheimer's and those kinds of things. It's just surprising how much you can understand that from the immune system, from the other systems that don't obviously seem to have the thing to do with sort of the nervous system. They all play together.
Yeah, you could understand how that would be driven by evolution too. Just in some simple examples, if you get sick, if you get a communicable disease, you get the flu, it's pretty advantageous for your immune system to tell your brain, hey, now be antisocial for a few days. Don't go be the life of the party tonight. In fact, maybe just cuddle up somewhere warm under a blanket and just stay there for a day or two. And sure enough, that tends to be the behavior that you see both in animals and in humans. If you get sick, elevated levels of interleukins in your blood and TNF alpha in your blood ask the brain to cut back on social activity and even moving around. You have lower locomotor activity in animals that are infected with viruses.
So from there, the early days in neuroscience to surgery, when did that step happen?
Yeah.
Leap.
You know, it was sort of an evolution of thought. I wanted to study the brain. I started studying the brain in undergrad in this neuroimmunology lab. I, from there, realized at some point that I didn't want to just generate knowledge. I wanted to affect real changes in the actual world, in actual people's lives. And so, after having not really thought about going into medical school, I was on a track to go into a PhD program. I said, well, I'd like that option. I'd like to actually potentially help tangible people in front of me. And doing a little digging, found that there exist these MD PhD programs where you can choose not to choose between them and do both. And so I went to USC for medical school and had a joint PhD program with Caltech, where I met, actually chose that program particularly because of a researcher at Caltech named Richard Anderson, who's one of the godfathers of primate neuroscience, has a macaque lab where Utah rays and other electrodes were being inserted into the brains of monkeys to try to understand how intentions were being encoded in the brain. So I ended up there with the idea that maybe I would be a neurologist and study the brain on the side, and then discovered that neurology, again, I'm going to make enemies by saying this, but neurology predominantly and distressingly to me is the practice of diagnosing a thing and then saying good luck with that. There's not much we can do. And neurosurgery, very differently, it's a powerful lever on taking people that are headed in a bad direction and changing their course, in the sense of brain tumors that are potentially treatable or curable with surgery. Even aneurysms in the brain, blood vessels that are going to rupture. You can save lives, really, is at the end of the day what mattered to me. And so I was at USC, as I mentioned. That happens to be one of the great neurosurgery programs. And so I met these truly epic neurosurgeons, Alex Kalesi and Mike Apuzzo and Steve Giannotta and Marty Weiss, these sort of epic people that are just human beings in front of me. And so it kind of changed my thinking from neurosurgeons are distant gods that live on another planet and occasionally come and visit us, to these are humans that have problems and are people, and there's nothing fundamentally preventing me from being one of them. And so at the last minute in medical school, I changed gears from going into a different specialty and switched into neurosurgery, which cost me a year. I had to do another year of research because I was so far along in the process that to switch into neurosurgery, the deadlines had already passed. So a decision that cost time, but absolutely worth it.
What was the hardest part of the training on the neurosurgeon track?
Yeah, two things. I think that residency in neurosurgery is sort of a competition of pain. It's like how much pain can you eat and smile? And so there's workout restrictions that are not really, they're viewed at, I think, internally among the residents as weakness. And so most neurosurgery residents try to work as hard as they can, and that, I think, necessarily means working long hours and sometimes over the work hour limits. And we care about being compliant with whatever regulations are in front of us, but I think more important than that, people want to give their all in becoming a better neurosurgeon because the stakes are so high. And so it's a real fight to get residents to go home at the end of their shift and not stay and do more surgery.
Are you seriously saying like one of the hardest things is literally like forcing them to get sleep and rest and all that stuff?
Historically, that was the case. I think the next generation. I think the next generation is more compliant and more self-care.
What do you mean? I'm just kidding.
I didn't say it.
Now I'm making it. Okay, I get it. Wow, that's fascinating. So what was the second thing?
The personality. And maybe the two are connected. But
was it pretty competitive?
Competitive, and it's also, as we touched on earlier, primates like power, and I think neurosurgery has long had this aura of mystique and excellence and whatever about it. So it's an invitation, I think, for people that are cloaked in that authority. A board-certified neurosurgeon is basically a walking fallacious appeal to authority. You have license to walk into any room and act like you're, an expert on whatever. and fighting that tendency is not something that most neurosurgeons do well. Humility isn't a forte.
Yeah, I have friends who know you, and whenever they speak about you, that you're you have the surprising quality for a neurosurgeon of humility. I think it indicates that it's not as common perhaps in other professions, because there is a kind of gigantic sort of heroic aspect to neurosurgery, and I think it gets to people's heads a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I think that that allows me to play well at an Elon company, because Elon, one of his strengths, I think, is this instantly see through fallacy from authority. So nobody walks into a room that he's in and says, "Well, God damn it, you have to trust me. I'm the guy that built the last, 10 rockets or something." He says, "Well, you did it wrong, and we can do it better." Or I'm the guy that kept Ford alive for the last 50 years. You listen to me on how to build cars. And he says, "No." And so you don't walk into a room that he's in and say, "Well, I'm a neurosurgeon. Let me tell you how to do it." He's right. And that's, proven, I think, over and over in his case to be a very powerful approach.
We just take that tangent. There's a fascinating interdisciplinary team at Neuralink that you get to interact with, including Elon. What do you think is the secret to a successful team? What have you learned from this gift that drove these folks?
Yeah.
All experts in different disciplines work together.
Yeah, there's a sweet spot where people disagree and forcefully speak their mind and passionately defend their position, and yet are still able to accept information from others and change their ideas when they're wrong. And so I like the analogy of sort of how you polish rocks. You put hard things in a hard container and spin it. People bash against each other, and out comes a more refined product. And so to make a good team at Neuralink, we've tried to find people that are not afraid to defend their ideas passionately, and occasionally strongly disagree with people that they're working with, and have the best idea come out on top. It's not an easy balance. Again, to refer back to the primate brain, it's not something that is inherently built into the primate brain to say, "I passionately put all my chips on this position, and now I'm just going to walk away from it and admit you were right." Part of our brains tell us that is a power loss, that is a loss of faith, loss of standing in the community, and now you're a Zeta chump because your idea got trounced. And you just have to recognize that that little voice in the back of your head is maladaptive and it's not helping the team win.
Yeah, you have to have the confidence to be able to walk away from the idea that you held on to.
Yes.
And if you do that often enough, you're actually going to become the best in the world at your thing. I mean, that rapid iteration.
Yeah, you'll at least be a member of a winning team.
Ride the wave. What did you learn? You mentioned there's a lot of amazing neurosurgeons at USC. What lessons about surgery and life have you learned from those folks?
Yeah, I think working your ass off, working hard while functioning as a member of a team, getting a job done that is incredibly difficult, working incredibly long hours, being up all night, taking care of someone that you think probably won't survive no matter what you do, working hard to make people that you passionately dislike look good the next morning. These folks were relentless in their pursuit of excellent neurosurgical technique, decade over decade, and I think we're well recognized for that excellence. So, especially Marty White, Steve Giannotta, Mike Capuzzo, they made huge contributions not only to surgical techniques, but they built training programs that trained dozens or hundreds of amazing neurosurgeons. I was just lucky to kind of be in their wake.
What's that like? You mentioned doing a surgery where the person is likely not to survive. Does that wear on you?
Yeah. It's especially challenging when you, with all respect to our elders, it doesn't hit so much when you're taking care of an 80-year-old and something was going to get them pretty soon anyway. And so you lose a patient like that, and it was part of the natural course of what is expected of them in the coming years, regardless. Taking care of, a father of 2 or 3, 4 young kids, someone in their 30s that didn't have it coming, and they show up in your ER having their first seizure of their life, and lo and behold, they've got a huge malignant, inoperable, or incurable brain tumor. You can only do that, I think, a handful of times before it really starts eating away at your armor. Or a young mother that shows up that has a giant hemorrhage in her brain that she's not going to survive from. And, they bring her 4-year-old daughter in to say goodbye one last time before they turn the ventilator off. That the great Henry Marsh is an English neurosurgeon. He said it best. I think he said that every neurosurgeon carries with them a private graveyard, and I definitely feel that, especially with young parents. That kills me. They had a lot more to give. The loss of those people specifically has a knock-on effect that's going to make the world worse for people for a long time, and it's just hard to feel powerless in the face of that. And that's where I think you have to be borderline evil to fight against a company like Neuralink, or to constantly be taking pot shots at us, because what we're doing is to try to fix that stuff. We're trying to give people options to reduce suffering. We're trying to take the pain out of life that broken brains brings in, and this is just our little way that we're fighting back against entropy.
Yeah, the amount of suffering that's endured when some of the things that we take for granted that our brain is able to do is taken away is immense. And to be able to restore some of that functionality is a really good.
We're just starting. We're gonna do so much more.
Well, can you take me through the full procedure of implanting, say, the N1 chip in Neuralink?
Yeah, it's a really simple, straightforward procedure. The human part of the surgery that I do is dead simple. It's one of the most basic neurosurgery procedures imaginable, and I think there's evidence that some version of it has been done for thousands of years. There are examples, I think, from ancient Egypt of healed or partially healed trepanations from Peru or ancient times in South America, where these proto-surgeons would drill holes in people's skulls, presumably to let out the evil spirits, but maybe to drain blood clots. And there's evidence of bone healing around the edge, meaning the people at least survive some months after a procedure. And so what we're doing is that. We are making a cut in the skin on the top of the head over the area of the brain that is the most potent representation of hand intentions. So if you are, and concert pianist, this part of your brain is lighting up the entire time you're playing. We call it the hand knob.
The hand knob.
Yeah.
So it's all the finger movements, all of that is just firing away.
Yep. There's a little squiggle in the cortex right there. One of the folds in the brain is kind of doubly folded right on that spot, so you can look at it on an MRI and say, that's the hand knob. And then you do a functional test in a special kind of MRI called a functional MRI, fMRI. And this part of the brain lights up when people, even quadriplegic people whose brains aren't connected to their finger movements anymore, they imagine finger movements and this part of the brain still lights up. So we can ID that part of the brain in anyone who's preparing to enter our trial and say, okay, that part of the brain we confirm is your hand intention area. And so I'll make a little cut in the skin. We'll flap the skin open, just like kind of opening the hood of a car, only a lot smaller. Make a perfectly round 1-inch diameter hole in the skull. Remove that bit of skull. Open the lining of the brain, the covering of the brain. It's like a little bag of water that the brain floats in. And then show that part of the brain to our robot. And then this is where the robot shines. It can come in and take these tiny, much smaller than human hair electrodes and precisely insert them into the cortex, into the surface of the brain, to a very precise depth, in a very precise spot that avoids all the blood vessels that are coating the surface of the brain. And after the robot's done with its part, and the human comes back in and puts the implant into that hole in the skull and covers it up, screwing it down to the skull and sewing the skin back together. So the whole thing is, a few hours long. It's extremely low risk compared to the average neurosurgery involving the brain that might, say, open up a deep part of the brain or manipulate blood vessels in the brain. This opening on the surface of the brain with only cortical microinsertions carries significantly less risk than a lot of the tumor or aneurysm surgeries that are routinely done.
The cortical microinsertions that are via robot and computer vision are designed to avoid the blood vessels.
Exactly.
So I know you're a bit biased here, but let's compare human and machine.
Sure.
So what are human surgeons able to do well, and what are robot surgeons able to do well at this stage of our human civilization development?
Yeah, that's a good question. Humans are general purpose machines. We're able to adapt to unusual situations. We're able to change the plan on the fly. I remember well a surgery that I was doing many years ago down in San Diego, where the plan was to open a small hole behind the ear and go reposition a blood vessel that had come to lay on the facial nerve, the trigeminal nerve, the nerve that goes to the face. When that blood vessel lays on the nerve, it can cause just intolerable, horrific shooting pain that people describe like being zapped with a cattle prod. And so the beautiful, elegant surgery is to move this blood vessel off the nerve. The surgery team, we went in there and started moving this blood vessel, and then found that there was a giant aneurysm on that blood vessel that was not easily visible on the pre-op scans. And so the plan had to dynamically change, and then the human surgeons had no problem with that. We're trained for all those things. Robots wouldn't do so well in that situation, at least in their current incarnation. Fully robotic surgery, like the electrode insertion portion of the Neuralink surgery, it goes according to a set plan, and so the humans can interrupt the flow and change the plan, but the robot can't really change the plan midway through. It operates according to how it was programmed and how it was asked to run. It does its job very precisely, but not with a wide degree of latitude in how to react to changing conditions.
So there could be just a very large number of ways that you could be surprised as a surgeon. When you enter a situation, there could be subtle things that you have to dynamically adjust to.
Correct.
And robots are not good at that.
Currently. I think we're at the dawn of a new era with AI of the parameters for robot responsiveness to be dramatically broadened, right? I mean, you can't look at a self-driving car and say that it's operating under very narrow parameters. You know, if a chicken runs across the road, it wasn't necessarily programmed to deal with that specifically, but a Waymo or a self-driving Tesla would have no problem reacting to that appropriately. And so surgical robots aren't there yet. Give it time.
And then there could be a lot of sort of considered like semi-autonomous possibilities of maybe a robotic surgeon could say this situation is perfectly familiar or this situation is not familiar, and in the not familiar case a human could take over. But basically like be very conservative, saying, okay, this for sure has no issues, no surprises, and let the humans deal with the surprises, with the edge cases, all that.
Yeah.
That's one possibility. So, like, you think eventually you'll be out of the job. Well, you being neurosurgeon, your job being neurosurgeon. Humans, there will not be many neurosurgeons left on this earth.
I'm not worried about my job in the course of my professional life. I think I would tell my kids not necessarily to go in this line of work, depending on how things look in 20 years.
It's so fascinating because if I have a line of work, I would say it's programming. And if you ask me, like, for the last, I don't know, 20 years, what I would recommend for people, I would tell them, yeah, go. You will always have a job if you're a programmer.
Yes.
There's more and more computers and all this kind of stuff. It pays well. But then you realize these large language models come along and they're really damn good at generating code.
Yeah.
So it's overnight you can be surprised, like, wow, like, what is the contribution of the human really? But then you start to think, okay, it does seem that humans have ability, like you said, to deal with novel situations. And in the case of programming, it's the ability to kind of come up with novel ideas to solve problems. It seems like machines aren't quite yet able to do that. And when the stakes are very high, when it's life critical, as it is in surgery, especially neurosurgery, then it starts. The stakes are very high for a robot to actually replace a human. But it's fascinating that in this case of Neuralink, there's a human-robot collaboration.
Yeah. I do the parts it can't do, and it does the parts I can't.
Both for the robot and for the human, for everybody involved in the entire pipeline.
Yep.
What's that like, practicing the surgery?
It's pretty intense. So there's no analog to this in human surgery. Human surgery is sort of this artisanal craft that's handed down directly from master to pupil over the generations.
Yes.
I mean, literally the way you learn to be a surgeon on humans is by doing surgery on humans. I mean, first you watch your professors do a bunch of surgery, and then finally they put the trivial parts of the surgery into your hands, and then the more complex parts. And as your understanding of the point and the purposes of the surgery increases, you get more responsibility in the perfect condition. It doesn't always go well. In Neuralink's case, the approach is a bit different. We, of course, practiced as far as we could on animals. We did hundreds of animal surgeries. And when it came time to do the first human, we had an amazing team of engineers build incredibly lifelike models. One of the engineers, Fran Romano in particular, built a pulsating brain in a custom 3D printed skull that matches exactly the patient's anatomy, including their face and scalp characteristics. And so when I was able to practice that, I mean, it's as close as it really reasonably should get to being the real thing in all the details. including having a mannequin body attached to this custom head. And so when we were doing the practice surgeries, we'd wheel that body into the CT scanner and take a mock CT scan and wheel it back in and conduct all the normal safety checks, verbally stop. This patient, we're confirming his identification is mannequin number blah blah blah, and then opening the brain in exactly the right spot using standard operative neuronavigation equipment, standard surgical drills in the same OR that we do all of our practice surgeries in at Neuralink, and having the skull open and have the brain pulse, which adds a degree of difficulty for the robot to perfectly precisely plan and insert those electrodes to the right depth and location. And so we kind of broke new ground on how extensively we practiced for this surgery.
So there was a historic moment, a big milestone for Neuralink, in part for humanity, with the first human getting a Neuralink implant in January of this year. Take me through the surgery on Nolan. What did it feel like to be part of this?
Yeah. Well, we're lucky to have just incredible partners at the Barrow Neurologic Institute. They are, I think, the premier neurosurgical hospital in the world. They they made everything as easy as possible for the trial to get going, and helped us immensely with their expertise on how to arrange the details. It was a much more high pressure surgery in some ways. I mean, even though the outcome wasn't particularly in question in terms of our participants' safety, the number of observers, the number of people. There's conference rooms full of people watching live streams in the hospital, rooting for this to go perfectly, and that just adds pressure that is not typical for even the most intense production neurosurgery, say removing a tumor or placing deep brain stimulation electrodes. And it had never been done on a human before. There were unknown unknowns. And so definitely a moderate pucker factor there for the whole team, not knowing if we were going to encounter, say, a degree of brain movement that was unanticipated, or a degree of brain sag that took the brain far away from the skull and made it difficult to insert, or some other unknown problem. Fortunately, everything went well, and that surgery was one of the smoothest outcomes we could have imagined.
Were you nervous? I mean, you're a bit of a quarterback in the Super Bowl kind of situation.
Extremely nervous. Extremely. I was very pleased when it went well, and then when it was over, looking forward to number 2.
Yeah. Even with all that practice, all of that, just have never been in a situation that's so high stakes in terms of people watching.
Yeah.
And we should also probably mention, given how the media works, a lot of people, maybe in a dark kind of way, hoping it doesn't go well.
Well, I think wealth is easy to hate, or envy, or whatever. And I think there's a whole industry around driving clicks, and bad news is great for clicks. And so any way to take an event and turn it into bad news is going to be really good for clicks.
It just sucks because I think it puts pressure on people. It discourages people from trying to solve really hard problems, because to solve hard problems, you have to go into the unknown. You have to do things that haven't been done before, and you have to take risks, calculated risks. You have to do all kinds of safety precautions, but risks nevertheless. And I just wish there would be more celebration of that, of the risk taking, versus people just waiting on the sidelines, waiting for failure, and then pointing out the failure. Yeah, it sucks, but in this case, it's really great that everything went just flawlessly, but it's unnecessary pressure, I would say.
Now that there's a human with literal skin in the game, there's a participant who whose well-being rides on this doing well, you have to be a pretty bad person to be rooting for that to go wrong. And so, hopefully people look in the mirror and realize that at some point.
So, did you get to actually front row seat, like watch the robot work? Like what? You get to see the whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, because an MD needs to be in charge of all of the medical decision making throughout the process, I unscrubbed from the surgery after exposing the brain and presenting to the robot, and placed the targets on the robot software interface that tells the robot where it's going to insert each thread. That was done with my hand on the mouse for whatever that's worth.
So you were the one placing the targets. Oh, cool. So like the robot with the computer vision provides a bunch of candidates, and you kind of finalize the decision.
Right. The software engineers are amazing on this team, and so they actually provided an interface where you can essentially use a lasso tool and select a prime area of brain real estate, and it will automatically avoid the blood vessels in that region and automatically place a bunch of targets. So that allows the human robot operator to select really good areas of brain and make dense applications of targets in those regions, the regions we think are going to have the most high fidelity representations of finger movements and arm movement intentions.
I've seen images of this, and for me, with OCD, for some reason, are really pleasant. I think there's a subreddit called Oddly Satisfying.
Yeah, love that subreddit.
It's oddly satisfying to see the different target sites avoiding the blood vessels, and also maximizing like the usefulness of those locations for the signal. It just feels good. It's like
As a person who has a visceral reaction to the brain bleeding, I can tell you.
Yes,
it's extremely satisfying watching the electrodes themselves go into the brain and not cause bleeding.
Yeah. So you said the feeling was of relief and everything went perfectly. How deep in the brain can you currently go and eventually go? Let's say on the Neuralink side, it seems the deeper you go in the brain, the more challenging it becomes.
Yeah. So, talking broadly about neurosurgery, we can get anywhere. It's routine for me to put deep brain stimulating electrodes near the very bottom of the brain, entering from the top and passing about a 2 millimeter wire all the way into the bottom of the brain. And that's not revolutionary. A lot of people do that. And we can do that with very high precision. I use a robot from Globus to do that surgery, several times a month. It's pretty routine.
What are your eyes in that situation? What are you seeing? What kind of technology can you use to visualize where you are to light your way?
Yeah, so it's a cool process on the software side. You take a preoperative MRI that's extremely high resolution data of the entire brain. You put the patient to sleep, put their head in a frame that holds the skull very rigidly, and then you take a CT scan of their head while they're asleep with that frame on, and then merge the MRI and the CT in software. You have a plan based on the MRI where you can see these nuclei deep in the brain. You can't see them on CT, but if you trust the merging of the two images, then you indirectly know on the CT where that is, and therefore indirectly know where, in reference to the titanium frame screwed to their head, those targets are. And so this is 60s technology to manually compute trajectories given the entry point and target, and dial in some goofy looking titanium actuators with manual actuators with little tick marks on them. The modern version of that is to use a robot, just like a little KUKA arm you might see at building cars at the Tesla factory. This small robot arm can show you the trajectory that you intended from the pre-op MRI and establish a very rigid holder through which you can drill a small hole in the skull and pass a small rigid wire deep into that area of the brain that's hollow, and put your electrode through that hollow wire and remove all of that except the electrode. So you end up with the electrode very, very precisely placed far from the skull surface. Now that's standard technology that's already been out in the world for a while. Neuralink right now is focused entirely on cortical targets, surface targets, because there's no trivial way to get, say, hundreds of wires deep inside the brain without doing a lot of damage. So your question, what do you see? Well, I see an MRI on a screen. I can't see everything that DBS electrode is passing through on its way to that deep target. And so it's accepted with this approach that there's going to be about 1 in 100 patients who have a bleed somewhere in the brain as a result of passing that wire blindly into the deep part of the brain. That's not an acceptable safety profile for Neuralink. We start from the position that we want this to be dramatically, maybe 2 or 3 orders of magnitude safer than that. Safe enough, really, that you or I, without a profound medical problem, might on our lunch break someday say, yeah, sure, I'll get that. Been meaning to upgrade to the latest version. And so that the safety constraints given that are high. And so we haven't settled on a final solution for arbitrarily approaching deep targets in the brain.
What's interesting is that you have to avoid blood vessels somehow. You have to, maybe there's creative ways of doing the same thing, like mapping out high resolution geometry of blood vessels, and then you can go in blind. But like, how do you map out that in a way that's like super stable? It's there's a lot of interesting challenges there, right?
Yeah.
But there's a lot to do on the surface.
Exactly. So we've got vision on the surface. We actually have made a huge amount of progress sewing electrodes into the spinal cord as a potential workaround for a spinal cord injury that would allow a brain-mounted implant to translate motor intentions to a spine-mounted implant that can affect muscle contractions in previously paralyzed arms.
That's just incredible. So like the effort there is to try to bridge the brain to the spinal cord to the periphery, peripheral nervous system. So how hard is that to do?
We have that working in very crude forms in animals. Yeah.
So similar to like with Nolan, who he's able to digital.
Now listen, my girl's gonna come in
here
again.
doing
She's gonna dominate. You
communication
do your
with the
fancy, your
actual
fancy dance.
vectors that you have.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's
So
not what we wanted.
Anesthetized animals doing grasp and moving their legs and inserting walking patterns. Again, early days, but the future is bright for this kind of thing, and people with paralysis should look forward to that bright future. They're going to have options.
Yeah, and there's a lot of sort of
Now, Chuck,
intermediate.
I'm railing this chick,
like an Optimus robot, like
and
the arm, and to be able to
she really wants to get in the band. So just at the end, just let her do her thing.
As a prosthetic.
Oh, okay. She's got rhythm, she's grooving.
So that's the big how much you do on the digital side.
His fucking face.
I understand that you can really map
Chuck. That is so fucking funny.
You can map the intention, imagine it, think about it. That intention can be mapped to actual action in the digital world. And now there are more digital world that it can reconnect you to the outside world. It can allow you to have freedom, have independence if you're a quadriplegic. You can go really far with that.
Yeah. Our first participant is incredible. Breaking world records.
Just let my girl play a little bit. She's got rhythm.
Just going back to the surgery, your whole journey. You mentioned to me I'll probably get surgery on Monday. You're a confusing surgery all the time.
Yeah, people saying the same thing and selling books saying it, but you call it 10,000 hours, you call it, spend some chunk of your life, some percentage of your life focusing on this, obsessing about getting better at it. Repetitions, humility, recognizing that you aren't perfect at any stage along the way, recognizing you've got improvements to make in your technique, being open to feedback and coaching from people with a different perspective on how to do it, and then just the constant will to do better. That fortunately, if you're not a sociopath and if your patients bring that with them to the office with us every day, they, force you to want to do better all the time.
Yeah, just step up. I mean, for real human beings, that you can help.
Yeah.
For every surgery, even if it's the same exact surgery, is there a lot of variability between that surgery and a different person?
Yeah, a fair bit. I mean, a good example for us is the angle of the skull relative to the normal plane of the body axis of the skull over hand knob.
This is
pretty wide variation. I mean, some people have really flat skulls, and some people have really steeply angled skulls over that area, and that has
what the fuck is this
consequences
shit?
For how their head can be fixed in sort of the frame that we use, and how the robot has to approach the skull. And people's bodies are built as differently as the people you see walking down the street. As much variability in body shape and size as you see there, we see in brain anatomy and skull anatomy.
This thing's just the worst.
There are some people who we've had to kind of exclude from our trial for having skulls that are too thick or too thin, or scalp that's too thick or too thin. I think we have like the middle 97% or so of people, but you can't account for all human anatomy variability.
How much mushiness and mess is there? Because taking biology classes, the diagrams are always really clean and crisp. Neuroscience, the pictures of neurons are always really nice. But whenever I look at pictures of real brains, I don't know what is going on.
Yeah.
So how much are biological systems in reality? How hard is it to figure out what's going on?
Not too bad. Once you really get used to this, that's where experience and skill and education really come into play. Is if you stare at 1,000 brains, it becomes easier to kind of mentally peel back the, say, for instance, blood vessels that are obscuring the sulci and gyri, kind of the wrinkle pattern of the surface of the brain. Occasionally, when you're first starting to do this and you open the skull, it doesn't match what you thought you were going to see based on the MRI. And with more experience, you learn to kind of peel back that layer of blood vessels and see the underlying pattern of wrinkles in the brain, and use that as a landmark for where you are.
The wrinkles are a landmark? So
yeah. So I was describing hand knob earlier. That's a pattern of the wrinkles in the brain. It's sort of this sort of Greek letter omega shaped area of the brain.
So you could recognize the hand knob area, if I show you 1,000 brains and give you 1 minute with each, you'd be like, yep, that's that.
Sure.
And so there is some uniqueness to that area of the brain, in terms of the geometry, the topology of the thing.
Yeah.
Where is it? Well,
so you have this strip of brain running down the top, called the primary motor area, and I'm sure you've seen this picture of the homunculus laid over the surface of the brain, that weird little guy with huge lips and giant hands. That guy sort of lays with his legs up at the top of the brain, and face, arm areas farther down, and then some kind of mouth, lip, tongue areas farther down. And so the hand is right in there, and then the areas that control speech, at least on the left side of the brain, in most people are just below that. And so any muscle that you voluntarily move in your body, the vast majority of that references that strip, or those intentions come from that strip of brain, and the wrinkle or hand knob is right in the middle of that.
And vision is back here.
Yep.
Also close to the surface.
Vision's a little deeper, and so this gets to your question about how deep can you get. To do vision, we can't just do the surface of the brain. We have to be able to go in, not as deep as we have to go for DBS, but maybe a centimeter deeper than we're used to for hand insertions. And so that's work in progress. That's a new set of challenges to overcome.
By the way, you mentioned the Utah array, and I just saw a picture of that, and that thing was terrifying.
Yeah,
because it's rigid, and then if you look at the threads, they're flexible. What can you say that's interesting to you about that kind of approach of the flexible threads to deliver the electrodes and to the neurons?
Yeah, I mean the goal there comes from experience. I mean, we stand on the shoulders of people that made Utah arrays and used Utah arrays for decades before we ever even came along. Neuralink arose partly, this approach to technology arose out of a need recognized after Utah arrays would fail routinely because the rigid electrodes, those spikes that are literally hammered using an air hammer into the brain, those spikes generate a bad immune response that encapsulates the electrode spikes in scar tissue, essentially. And so one of the projects that was being worked on in the Anderson lab at Caltech when I got there was to see if you could use chemotherapy to prevent the formation of scar. It's like, things are pretty bad when you're jamming a bed of nails into the brain and then treating that with chemotherapy to try to prevent scar tissue. It's like, maybe we've gotten off track here, guys. Maybe there's a fundamental redesign necessary. And so Neuralink's approach of using highly flexible, tiny electrodes avoids a lot of the bleeding, avoids a lot of the immune
I can't believe they can fucking show that. I mean,
Uh,
that's
the
fine,
rigid
but I get
electrodes
banned
are
from
powered
fucking
into the
YouTube
brain.
for what?
And so
Fuck
what we
you.
see is
Shit,
electrode
bullshit.
longevity and functionality and the health of the brain tissue immediately surrounding the electrode is excellent. It goes on for years now in our animal models.
What do most people not understand about the biology of the brain? We'll mention the vasculature. That's really interesting.
I think the most interesting, maybe underappreciated fact is that it really does control almost everything. I mean, I don't know, for an out of the blue example, imagine you want a lever on fertility. You want to be able to turn fertility on and off. I mean, there are legitimate targets in the brain itself to modulate fertility. Say, blood pressure. You want to modulate blood pressure. There are legitimate targets in the brain for doing that. The things that aren't immediately obvious as brain problems are potentially solvable in the brain. And so I think it's an underexplored area for primary treatments of all the things that bother people.
That's a really fascinating way to look at it. Like, there's a lot of conditions we might think have nothing to do with the brain, but they might just be symptoms of something that actually started in the brain. The actual source of the problem, the primary source is something in the brain.
Yeah, not always. I mean, kidney disease is real, but there are levers you can pull in the brain that affect all of these systems.
There's knobs.
Yeah.
On-off switches and knobs in the brain, from which this all originates. Would you have a Neuralink chip implanted in your brain?
Yeah. I think use case right now is use a mouse. Right? I can already do that, and so there's no value proposition. On safety grounds alone, sure, I'll do it tomorrow.
You know, you say the use case of mouse. Because after like researching all this, and part of it is just watching Nolan have so much fun. If you can get that bits per second like really high with the mouse, like being able to interact. Because if you think about the way on the smartphone, the way you swipe, that was transformational.
Yeah.
How we interact with the thing. It's subtle. You don't realize, but to be able to touch a phone and to scroll with your finger, that changed everything. People were sure you need a keyboard to type with. That there's a lot of HCI aspects to that changed how we interact with computers. So there could be a certain rate of speed with a mouse that would change everything.
Yes.
Like you might be able to just click around a screen extremely fast. And that, if it, I can see myself getting a Neuralink for much more rapid interaction with the digital devices.
Yeah, I think recording speech intentions from the brain might change things as well. You know, the value proposition for the average person. A keyboard is a pretty clunky human interface. It requires a lot of training. It's highly variable in the maximum performance that the average person can achieve. I think taking that out of the equation and just having a natural word to computer interface might change things for a lot of people.
It'd be hilarious if that is the reason people do it. Even if you have speech to text that's extremely accurate, it currently isn't. Right. But it's say gotten super accurate. It'd be hilarious if people went for Neuralink just so you avoid the embarrassing aspect of speaking, like looking like a douchebag speaking to your phone in public, which is that's a real constraint.
Yeah, I mean, with a bone conducting case that can be an invisible headphone, say, and the ability to think words into software and have it respond to you, that starts to sound sort of like embedded superintelligence. If you can silently ask for the Wikipedia article on any subject and have it read to you without any observable change happening in the outside world. For one thing, standardized testing is obsolete.
Yeah. If it's done well on the UX side, it could change, I don't know if it transforms society, but it really can create a kind of shift in the way we interact with digital devices in the way that a smartphone did. Now, I would, just having to look into the safety of everything involved, I would totally try it. So it doesn't have to go to some incredible thing where it connects to your vision or to some other, it connects all over your brain. That could be just connecting to the hand knob. You might have a lot of interesting human-computer interaction possibilities.
Yeah,
that's really interesting.
Yeah, and the technology on the academic side is progressing at light speed here. I think there was a really amazing paper out of UC Davis, Sergei Stavitsky's lab, that basically made an initial solve of speech decode. It was something like 125,000 words that they were getting with very high accuracy, which is...
So you're just thinking the word?
Yeah.
Thinking the word and you're able to get it.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Like you have to have the intention of speaking it.
Right.
So do that inner voice. Now it's so amazing to me that you can do the intention, the signal mapping. All you have to do is just imagine yourself doing it. And if you get the feedback that it actually worked, you can get really good at that. Like your brain will first of all adjust, and you develop it like any other skill.
Yeah.
Like touch typing, you develop it in that same kind of way. That is to me, it's just really fascinating to be able to even to play with that. Honestly, I'll get a Neuralink just to be able to play with that, just to play with the capacity, the capability of my mind to learn this skill. It's like learning the skill of typing and learning the skill of moving the mouse. It's another skill of moving the mouse, not with my physical body, but with my mind.
I can't wait to see what people do with it. I feel like we're cavemen right now. We're like banging rocks with a stick and thinking that we're making music. point, when these are more widespread, there's going to be the equivalent of a piano that someone can make art with their brain in a way that we didn't even anticipate. Looking forward to it.
Give it to like a teenager. Like anytime I think I'm good at something, I'll always go to like I don't know, even with the bit per second of playing a video game. You realize you give it to a teenager, you give a Neuralink to a teenager, just a large number of them, the kind of stuff that they get good at stuff. They're gonna get like hundreds of bits per second.
Yeah.
Even just with the current technology.
Probably. Probably.
Just because it's also addicting. How the number go up aspect of it, of like improving and training, because it's almost like a skill. And plus, there's the software on the other end that adapts to you, and especially if the adapting procedure, the algorithm becomes better and better and better, you like learning together.
Yeah, we're scratching the surface on that right now. There's so much more to do.
So on the complete other side of it, you have an RFID chip implanted in you.
Yeah.
So I hear. Nice. So this is
a subtle thing.
It's a passive device that you use for unlocking like a safe with top secrets, or what do you use it for? What's the story behind it?
I'm not the first one. There's this whole community of weirdo biohackers that have done this stuff, and I think one of the early use cases was storing, private crypto wallet keys and whatever. I dabbled in that a bit and had some fun with it.
So you have some Bitcoin implanted in your body somewhere, you can't tell where.
Yeah, actually, yeah. It was, the modern day equivalent of finding change in the sofa cushions. After I put some orphan crypto on there that I thought was worthless and forgot about it for a few years, went back and found that some community of people loved it and had propped up the value of it, and so it had gone up 50-fold. So there was a lot of change in those cushions. Around the barrier of our skin. We're completely fine with knee replacements, hip replacements, dental implants, but there's a mysticism still around the inviolable barrier that the skull represents, and I think that needs to be treated like any other pragmatic barrier. The question isn't how incredible is it to open the skull. The question is, what benefit can we provide?
So from all the surgeries you've done, from everything you understand the brain, how much does neuroplasticity come into play? How adaptable is the brain? For example, just even in the case of healing from surgery or adapting to the post-surgery situation.
The answer that is sad for me and other people of my demographic is that plasticity decreases with age, healing decreases with age. I have too much gray hair to be optimistic about that. There are theoretical ways to increase plasticity using electrical stimulation. Nothing that is, totally as a robust enough mechanism to offer widely to people, but yeah, I think there's cause for optimism that we might find something useful in terms of, say, an implanted electrode that improves learning. Sort of, one of the holy grails for me with Neuralink and other technologies like this is, from a purely utilitarian standpoint, can we make people able to take care of themselves and their families economically again? Can we make it so someone who's fully dependent and even maybe requires a lot of caregiver resources, can we put them in a position to be fully independent, taking care of themselves, giving back to their communities? I think that's a very compelling proposition, and what motivates a lot of what I do and what a lot of the people at Neuralink are working for.
It's just a cool possibility that if you put a Neuralink in there, that the brain adapts, like the other part of the brain adapts too.
Yeah.
And integrates it. The capacity of the brain to do that is really interesting. Probably unknown to the degree to which you can do that. But you're now connecting an external thing to it, especially once it's doing stimulation. Like the biological brain and the electronic brain outside of it working together. I think the possibilities there are really interesting. It's still unknown, but interesting. It feels like the brain is really good at adapting to whatever.
Yeah.
But of course, it is a system that by itself is already like everything serves a purpose, and so you don't want to mess with it too much.
Yeah, it's like, eliminating a species from an ecology. You don't know what the delicate interconnections and dependencies are. The brain is certainly a delicate, complex beast, and we don't know, every potential downstream consequence of a single change that we make.
Do you see yourself doing, so you mentioned P1, P3, P4, P5, just
Well,
more and more and more humans?
I think, it's a certain kind of brittleness or a failure on the company's side if we need me to do all the surgeries. I think something that I would very much like to work towards is a process that is so simple and so robust on the surgery side that literally anyone could do it. We want to get away from requiring intense expertise or intense experience to have this successfully done and make it as simple as possible. I would love it if every neurosurgeon on the planet had no problem doing this. I think we're probably far from a regulatory environment that would allow people that aren't neurosurgeons to do this, but not impossible.
All right, I'll sign up for that. Did you ever anthropomorphize the robot R1? Like, to give her a name? Do you see it as like a friend?
Very visceral sense, and this may sound trite, but it gives you a very visceral sense that death is inevitable. On one hand, you are, as a neurosurgeon, deeply involved in these, like, just hard to fathom tragedies. Young parents dying, leaving, a 4-year-old behind, say. And it takes the sting out of it a bit because just mind-numbingly universal death is. There is zero chance that I'm going to avoid it. I know, techno-optimist longevity buffs right now, just 0.000% estimate, but I don't see any chance that our generation is going to avoid it. Entropy is a powerful force, and we are very ornate, delicate, brittle DNA machines that aren't up to the cosmic ray bombardment that we're subjected to. So, on the one hand, every human that has ever lived died or will die. On the other hand, it's just one of the hardest things to imagine inflicting on anyone that you love is having them gone. I'm sure you've had friends that aren't living anymore, and it's hard to even think about them. And so I wish I had, arrived at the point of nirvana where death doesn't have a sting. I'm not worried about it, but I can at least say that I'm comfortable with the certainty of it. If not, having found out how to take the tragedy out of it when I think about my kids, either not having me or me not having them, or my wife.
Maybe I've come to accept the intellectual certainty of it, but and maybe the pain that comes with losing the people you love. I don't think I've come to understand the existential aspect of it, like that this is gonna end. And I don't mean like in some trite way. I mean like it certainly feels like it's not going to end. Warmth when you have the safety, when you have the love, I really appreciate it. I feel like sometimes in your position, when you mentioned armor, just to see death, it might make you not be able to see that, the finiteness of life, because if you kept looking at that, it might break you. So it's good to know that you're kind of still struggling with that. There's the neurosurgeon and then there's a human. Yeah. And the human is still able to struggle with that and feel the fear of that and the pain of that.
Yeah, it definitely makes you ask the question of how many of these can you see and not say, I can't do this anymore. But you said it well. I think it gives you an opportunity to just appreciate that you're alive today. And I've got 3 kids and an amazing wife, and I'm really happy. Things are good. I get to help on a project that I think matters. I think it moves us forward. I'm a very lucky person.
It's the early steps of a potentially gigantic leap for humanity. And it's cool that you read about all this stuff in history where it's like the early days. I've been reading, before going to the Amazon, I would read about explorers that would go and explore even the Amazon jungle for the first time. Just those are the early steps. Yeah. Or early steps into space, or early steps in any discipline in physics and mathematics. And it's cool because this is like, on the grand scale, these are the early steps into delving deep into the human brain. So not brain, but be able to interact with the human brain. It's going to help a lot of people, but it also might help us understand what the hell's going on in there.
Yeah. I think ultimately we want to give people more levers that they can pull. Right? We want to give people options. If you can give someone
see the massive human suffering, and any technology that allows you to dim that light of suffering at a grand scale is pretty exciting. There's a lot of people suffering, and most we turn we look away too often, and we should remember those who are suffering, because once again, most of them are suffering quietly. Most of them are suffering quietly.
And on a grander scale, the fabric of society. People have a lot of complaints about how our social fabric is working or not working, how our politics is working or not working. Those things are made of neurochemistry too, in aggregate. Right? Our politics is composed of individuals. With human brains, and the way it works or doesn't work, potentially tunable, in the sense that, say, remove our addictive behaviors, tune our addictive behaviors to social media, our addiction to outrage, our addiction to sharing the most angry political tweet we can find. I don't think that leads to a functional society. If you had options for people to, I think consciousness is just that level of sensory mapping applied to the thought processes in the brain itself. So what I'm saying is, consciousness is the sensation of some part of your brain being active. So you feel it working. You feel the part of your brain that thinks of red things, winged creatures, or the taste of coffee. You feel those parts of your brain being active the way that I'm feeling my palm being touched. Right? And that sensory system that feels the brain working is consciousness.
It's so brilliant. It's the same way the sensation of touch, you're touching a thing. Consciousness is the sensation of you feeling your brain working, your brain thinking, your brain perceiving.
Which isn't like a whooping in space-time or some quantum field effect, right? It's nothing magical. People always want to ascribe to consciousness something truly different. And there's this awesome long history of people looking at whatever the latest, because it's the most magical, the most out there thing that you can think of, and
people always, want to do that with consciousness. I don't think that's necessary. It's just a very useful and gratifying way of feeling your brain works. And as we said, it's one heck of a brain. Yeah. Everything you see around us, everything you love, everything is beautiful, came from brains like these. It's all electrical activity happening inside your skull. And grateful there's people like you there exploring all the ways that it works and all the ways it can be better. All right. Thank you so much for talking to me. It's been a joy. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Matthew. Now, dear friends, it's Bliss Chapman. Brain interface software lead at Gmail. Brain interface software lead at Gmail. You told me that you've met hundreds of people with spinal cord injuries over their ALS, and that your motivation for helping everyone is grounded in wanting to help them. Can you describe this motivation?
Yeah. First, it's just to thank you for all the people I've encountered, people I've first met. I don't think there's any world really which I can share this story as powerful as they can. But just I think to summarize it